No.
15% are people who are just being antagonistic.
You think so?
Yeah, I just can't see anybody being like, this is a great idea. It's not a great idea.
What would it be a good idea?
No.
What would you trust a robot to do?
I don't know.
Clean the house.
Fold my,
Bring me
fold my
coffee.
clothes.
Yeah. Watch the dog.
Cook maybe.
All right, well, we'll keep pondering this. That'll be our topic tomorrow. How about that? We're out of time.
All right, have a good day.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We want to just start right off by letting you know we are tracking a severe thunderstorm warning in Flagler County. And this is a live look at our storm tracker radar. You can see storms moving all across the region right now. If you were on watching Good Day Orlando, you heard some of this and the setup for this, but we are now seeing these showers and storms continuing to move through the area. And again, you can see that severe thunderstorm warning that is popping up right now in Flagler County. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, who is joining me in here now. And Brooks, what can you tell us about what we are seeing here with this storm right now?
So this is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 11:15, and the storm right now is over Flagler County. As you mentioned, it's moving southeast at about 20 miles per hour. And the reason that this has been issued is because the radar is indicating the potential for wind gusts exceeding 60 miles per hour. That's enough to knock out power if tree limbs start interacting with some of the power lines. It may also produce some penny-sized hail. Right now, radar is showing a pretty vigorous cell. I'll slow down the radar and we can do a little storm analysis on this. But the actual location is going to be, look at the latest radar here, is going to be, as I mentioned, there just northwest now of Ormond by the Sea. Now, this cell is capable of producing a lot of big wind gusts, partially because there's a little bit of dry air in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, enough to at least kick off what are called downbursts. And so essentially what happens is that as the updraft goes high into the cloud, it interacts with a little bit of that dry air at the mid-levels of the atmosphere. And the old saying of what goes up must come down, it cools down rapidly. So way high in the sky, over about 15,000 feet up to 20,000 feet, it becomes very cold, very dense, and then it quite literally falls back down with gravity. It's a downburst, the density that is. And so as that interacts with the ground, we're talking about a relative wind speed of what could easily be over 50 miles an hour. The heaviest rain with this is going to be right over National Gardens in Mountain Grove and now approaching Ormond Beach. Another thing of note is that this has a lot of lightning with it, and there are folks that have been out on the beach, and in doing so, they're currently at risk. I mean, this is not yet officially at Daytona Beach, but it's not far from Daytona. Let's see if I can bring up this camera here to show you. Yeah, here's Daytona, and now, okay, the good news, this was very busy just moments ago, but people look like they've cleared off the beach now, Garrett, because this was filled with walkers and beach guards. You can see the umbrellas there have also been furled. They were opened and deployed. So that means that people have gotten the note and they're leaving the beach. We've had a couple of lightning tragedies this year in Florida on the beaches. One of the latest ones was in Fort Myers Beach a couple of weeks ago with a family vacationing, I believe, from the Miami area, and lightning struck. So this is never to be trifled with. The current track on this going southeast at 20 miles an hour will put this on Ormond Beach in a matter of minutes. I mean, it's basically there right now. And let's also zoom in and get a little bit of a closer look and see exactly where the worst this is. Yeah, so Ormond by the Sea right now, as I suspected, is getting hit the hardest, Kingston Park. So it'll be one of those storms where it moves in and it moves out within 20 minutes. And in doing so, you'll get a couple of big wind gusts. Looks like some of the biggest wind gusts are at the Ormond Beach Municipal Airport. Hopefully those Cessnas are tied down. Also Daytona International Speedway and now Daytona Beach. Daytona Beach, you are inside of the next basically 10 minutes of this hitting the beach. Let me zoom out just a little bit here and show you the scale. Okay, there we go. So we are now at Daytona Beach, about 3 minutes away from that rain hitting at the current speed of 20 miles an hour going basically due east in Daytona Beach shores in about 9 to 10 minutes. Now, this cell that I've just highlighted it's not severe. It's the cell right over National Gardens that is officially severe, but even that looks like it's now about to collapse. So we've got about 12 minutes left in this warning. And this will be the nature of a lot of the storms, Garrett. Today we're going to see periodic big downpours. We're catching them around Seminole County, Sanford, Deltona, DeLand, and it's possible on the leading edge of these, especially as they move into Titusville and later Cocoa Beach, that will have just enough heating of the day with high temperatures in the upper 80s to around 90 to kick off more severe thunderstorms. Damaging winds will be the biggest threat, as well as the possibility of some penny-sized hail. That said, the lightning, I think, is going to be the more likely bodily threat if you're out and about. So you know the old saying, if you hear it roar, head indoors. This is all part of a larger system associated with the cold front that is north of our area. And the front itself never moves through. This front will stay in Georgia, but out ahead of it, there's going to be just enough lift in the atmosphere with a series of upper level disturbances to kick off more rain. And you can see that heavy rain sitting all the way back through Crystal River and Spring Hill, Zephyr Hills, Lakeland, pushing toward the east. So if yesterday you didn't get the rain, chances are today you will get the rain. It's not going to rain all day, but there's going to be a chance for it all day. And obviously, we're getting that chance starting off right now. Garrett, earlier people were a little, I don't want to say complaining, but they were a little confused because the earlier forecasts, and the forecasts are subject to change, suggested we'd see the rain coming in closer to 8, 9 o'clock, but it's been delayed by a couple of hours. So here we are, 11 o'clock. So it's a 2-hour delay. But in the world of weather, when you're talking about a scale of something that's 1,000 miles long, this line of storms, it's pretty small as far as delays go.
Does that does the reason for that delay have any impact on the strength or impact of these storms that we're going to see today?
That's a very good question. Yes, it does. The later the storms hold off, the more hot it will be and the more atmospheric instability will exist. So the more likely that the storms will be strong to severe the longer they hold off. So that is a very good question. Obviously, the hours matter for planning as well, because if it had hit at 9 during the commute, that would cause a lot of problems. Hitting at 11 is the best bet. And maybe a lot of this will push out before the 5 p.m. commute gets going.
Now, we have seen special weather statements issued as well for
Yes.
a number of other areas, including for us right here in Seminole County, in Orlando, as well parts of Volusia County. So that's essentially an indication that we could see additional strong to severe severe thunderstorm warnings coming up.
Exactly. So a special weather statement in this case is going to be for something that is notable but not necessarily severe. There are thresholds for what's considered a severe thunderstorm. Has to be over 55 miles per hour. This is for winds that could gust over 45 miles per hour, maybe approaching 50, so just below severe limits. And essentially, as these storms start rolling through, there will be outflow boundaries, gusts of wind coming out from the storms. And then if you're inside the storm itself, those downpours could feature some pretty whipping winds. So as you mentioned there, a special weather statement until 11:30 for Seminole County, as well as for southern Volusia County for this line of storms. Our radar is sampling wind gusts right now, which are within tolerable range of 30 to maybe 35 miles per hour. There's a 35 mile per hour gust there by Daytona Beach. But inside of these storms, it really doesn't take much for these to very quickly escalate. And sometimes it can happen inside of the sweep of the radar, because we'll get an update every 4 to 5 minutes from our next rad site here. And inside of that period, you can certainly see 30-second wind gusts that essentially fall below the resolution of the radar. So that's why they've gone ahead and issued that special weather statement. Here's a loop of the storms. You can see them pushing into Sanford right now, as well as Lake Jessup. So folks there who might be doing airboat tours need to head back to port.
I want to get your thoughts on what we're seeing now. We moved the Hard Rock Hotel camera at Daytona Beach. You can see some of those clouds out there.
And the lightning flashes too. Yeah.
A lot of lightning flashes right now.
Yeah, that's a classic rain shaft. You're seeing the bottom of the cumulonimbus cloud there, and there's another lightning flash. Also, the camera's shaking because it's very windy. Coincidentally, that's a lightning rod in the foreground. So if lightning was to hit that building, it would hopefully hit the lightning rod and be channeled safely to the ground. But we're seeing wind gusts here easily exceeding 35 miles an hour, just constant lightning. And when you see a defined rain shaft like that, where it goes from nothing on the right to just absolute downright downpour, a sheet of rain essentially, that is a really good indication that you're dealing with a particularly strong storm, one that goes from 0 to 60 inside of a few moments. The type of rain where it's raining on one side of the street, but not on the other side of the street. And that's one reason also you can get those really big wind gusts. But yeah, looking at this view, if we had a wider view, there might even be what's called a shelf cloud, where you get that kind of UFO mothership effect, at least on the right-hand side. What you're seeing, if you look on the right-hand side, just under the Hard Rock Hotel logo where the clouds are a little bit darker, they kind of sag down. That's cool air being pulled up into the storm, and it gets ingested. It's like a vacuum cleaner, and it lowers the cloud height. It lowers the condensation level, so you get those gnarly kind of ragged-looking clouds, as well as clouds that can sometimes roll around. But you know what's striking me, and I guess striking maybe was an appropriate phrase, is all the lightning. You can see those constant flashes, and with the camera's refresh rate, it is illustrated when it flashes as like horizontal white lines, like we just saw there. Rarely will you see an actual streak, but there's enough lightning out there where folks on the beach would have to make sure they ran for cover. It is a dangerous situation with that lightning, and that's going to be the case across the board. If you're out on any of the lakes doing any fishing, Lake Monroe right now is getting absolutely hammered, and the Sanford Airport. There could be some delays in ground stops. Here's the Sanford Airport on the bottom, and here let's see if I can bring that up to illustrate for you. This is just moments away from getting hit, and oftentimes with the wind that can outrun the main storm cell, places like Sanford Airport would need to batten down the hatches and get ready. So a lot of folks are mobilizing right now for that. And as far as Orlando goes, the question is, what about ground stops and stuff like that here? So far, so good. There's no lightning in the immediate vicinity, but certainly we're starting to see some gusty winds blowing out from these storms. And so in theory, there could be some delays as far as planes landing and planes taking off. That special weather statement in effect for about the next 20 minutes or so. And taking another look at that severe thunderstorm warning, the cell itself is now outrunning the original orientation of that warning. So essentially the storm has fallen below severe limits. They've not reissued a severe storm warning for Ormond Beach or northern Volusia County, but it's obviously pretty close. I was going to say, if we could just get a look at the current winds there, since wind is all the rage as far as this storm goes with its potential. I'm seeing wind gusts once again about 25 to 30 miles an hour. So thankfully nothing too dramatic at this point. And it also bears saying that this is going to be a wind gust that is coming from the Melbourne radar site, and then this is the same view of the same storm from the Jacksonville radar site, and it's also picking up winds about 35 miles an hour. The reason I mentioned that is because this location is pretty far from both radar sites, so it's actually beaming pretty high up in the sky, probably about 7 to 10,000 feet. So you're not getting what's happening right on the surface. But I think that Daytona Canyon show was also very telling as far as the current situation there. Yeah, the radar can be really far away and give us a really accurate view of where the rain is falling hardest, but as far as like storm resolution of seeing where the highest wind gusts are, and this is also true when it comes to tornadoes, which thankfully we're not dealing with right now, but if the radar site is too far away from the cell, it's really hard to detect the low level spin to get an accurate view of what may be going on inside that storm.
So expecting this severe thunderstorm warning to expire here in a couple of minutes then?
Yeah, it's expiring in 3 minutes. They'll just let it run its course. The storm itself has already escaped the bounds of that severe thunderstorm warning, and it's just considered a special weather statement inside of now Ormond Beach and Daytona Beach. But special weather statement aside, severe thunderstorm warning aside, I mean, those are just metrics we've decided are the dividing line of what makes a storm strong or severe. But when you look at the live camera here at Daytona Beach,
can't see anything now.
No, it is blowing. That happened quickly. It went from clear to absolute sheets of rain, and the lightning you can see there popping with the stuff blowing as well. Do you see that? Is that maybe those are raindrops we're seeing going from left to right? It's probably rain, big fat raindrops. Raindrops from these thunderstorms can look like pancakes. Yeah. And sometimes the shutter speed is fast enough where it'll take essentially like little screen grabs. You can kind of get a little view of it, so it can kind of look like it's debris or something. But in this case, it's just big fat raindrops. They look like pancakes because they're so big. As they fall, they flatten. And when you're like driving down the highway and you get the big cannonball raindrops, they're usually shaped like little pancakes. It's kind of interesting.
It is interesting. So, Brooks, we're going to let you go because this severe thunderstorm warning is going to expire. But we are, if you're watching us on Fox Local right now, we'll be tracking these storms all throughout the day if there are additional warnings that pop up or that kind of thing. And so I've got this QR code up right now that you see as well. Essentially, just throughout the day, let us know what you're seeing since this is something we're going to be dealing with, into the afternoon. Scan the QR code. You can also go to fox35orlando.com/share. But share photos and videos with us if you're able to get them safely, of course. we don't want you putting yourself in any sort of danger. But if you are seeing impacts, because, you know, we as we saw from that Hard Rock camera in Daytona, just how quickly things can change, how the situations can change. Here's a look on I-95 right now. And then let me show you this. We've seen these the trees moving a lot. This is in Volusia County, just west of I-4, or I-4 just west of Daytona. You know, just been seeing impacts all around the region. So we'll be continuing to track storms throughout the day. Brooks, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Want to give you a live look as we go to break here. This is our Lake Mary Tower cam. If you've heard some of the rain coming down on our roof, this is one reason. Just continuing to track this line of storms moving through here. Keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are continuing to track some of the storms moving across our region, but that severe thunderstorm warning has expired, and so we will have a couple of other things that we want to talk about right now. Let me, first of all, let you know a couple of the things that are coming up a little bit later today. I can give you a live look right now at the White House, where we expect to hear from President Trump a little bit later today. The president's supposed to make an announcement at 1:30 about what he's calling a Freedom Haulers initiative. This is something that is looking at expanding CDL eligibility for veterans and also removing about 24,000 CDL licenses because of English proficiency requirements and some things that have changed with that. This stemming from a high-profile crash that happened on the Florida Turnpike. That really got lawmakers and others attuned to that issue, and so they've been making some changes about that. So we'll stay tuned for that announcement coming up a little bit later today. Meanwhile, a tragic story out of Brevard County, where we now know 2 adults have been charged with aggravated manslaughter of a child after investigators say a 2-year-old girl died from kratom poisoning and didn't get medical care despite showing signs of a medical emergency. 2-year-old Johnny Jordan is the girl's name. She was brought unresponsive to Holmes Regional Medical Center back on May 18th, pronounced dead shortly after arriving at the hospital. And so we're learning more about this and also wanting to learn more about Kratom and what it is, what it does, why it poses dangers to young children like that. And so joining us live now to provide some information for us, pleased to be joined by Dr. Oliver Grundmann, who is a pharmaceutical sciences professor at the University of Florida, and joining us live now via Zoom. Dr. Grundmann, we appreciate your time and thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Garrett.
So first of all, Dr. Grundmann, Kratom, something that people may be familiar with, may not be. Just what are we talking about when we hear this, when we see that? It may be something people have seen on shelves at stores or something like that, gas stations, things like that. What exactly is Kratom and what does it do?
Originally, Kratom was sold primarily as a powder. It's basically the dried leaves of a tree that is native to Southeast Asia. What has happened in recent years, unfortunately, is that products have definitely evolved to be more consumer friendly, and some are marketed, as you said, on gas station shelves and the like convenience stores in forms and in formulations that are far removed from just the powdered ground leaf material that has traditionally been used.
And so the different forms, as I understand it, can kind of do different things and kind of interact a little bit differently. How does that work?
So the native kratom leaf has been used for hundreds of years in Southeast Asia as part of traditional medicine, and it can have both a stimulant effect if the fresh leaves are being chewed by day laborers, a little bit like a little jolt of energy as you would get from a cup of coffee in the morning. But then it's also used for other ailments like pain relief if brewed into a tea. And about 2 or 3 decades ago, we saw kratom leaf material entering the United States and other parts of the world, and primarily being sold as just ground dried leaf material. And as such, it was used for self-treatment without being really overseen or regulated on the federal or on the state level. And in the last decade or so, we have seen that states and also on the federal level, regulations have been implemented, introduced to regulate what constitutes kratom or kratom and what does not. And some of these products that are now being sold are much more concentrated. So it's like a cup of coffee versus a caffeine pill. The comparison is maybe not as accurate, but kind of offers insights into how this product has evolved.
And so, Dr. Grundmann, in this situation, a 2-year-old somehow had gotten access to kratom pills. They said may have ingested as many as 2.5 pills, and then began showing some signs of apparent kratom poisoning, blue lips, a seizure, abnormal breathing. Why would something like this and access to this, ingesting this, pose dangers to a child, a 2-year-old?
Yeah, first of all, the issue of access to it in the first place. As we all know, we should always keep medications away and out of the hands of children, and the same should definitely be the case with supplements or other substances that we do not know what effect they can have on children. And the signs that unfortunately were shown here or were present here are an indication that there wasn't enough oxygenation, not enough oxygen available for breathing, so likely a central nervous system depressant effect that is likely an interplay of the various pharmacologies that the active ingredients in kratom can present with. Also the formulation, so when we talk about tablets that can be very concentrated in these compounds that are present in kratom, then pose a substantial safety and health risk for particularly vulnerable populations like children or the elderly.
The active ingredient, the active compound metragenine, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes.
And so that's something that, like you has discussed, essentially producing stimulant, even opioid-like effects.
Yeah, it's a little bit dependent on how much is ingested. So opioid would be more of a depressant effect, and that seems to be what happened in this case, that because of lower oxygenation, lower air being available for breathing, that then led to a seizure and ultimately to this tragic event.
Is kratom and these substances, similar substances, are they regulated like other medications? Are they FDA approved? How do they kind of compare to other similar substances that you may find or you may see on a shelf?
Kratom currently is not regulated on the national level, on the federal level, although certain compounds that might also be present in kratom products have now been placed on the Drug Enforcement Administration Schedule 1 because of the potential dangers that they pose. However, several states, including Florida, have passed legislation to regulate how these kratom products are labeled, who can purchase them, and also warnings that indicate that it should definitely not be consumed or available to children. So that is a step in the right direction. Sometimes they call it Kratom Consumer Protection Acts, and that has been passed by the Florida legislature a few years ago.
And so what is the bottom line here, Dr. Grundmann? What should people know about this? And, especially in this case, specifically when it comes to making sure this is something that children do not have access to?
I think the first step is to raise awareness, and I'm glad that you have this segment and highlight this particular, unfortunately tragic event to bring attention to the matter. I think it is essential that kratom products are adequately labeled, and that anybody who seeks to use kratom consult with a healthcare professional. The most accessible healthcare professional is a pharmacist, and therefore going to your pharmacy, consulting and mentioning to your pharmacist that you intend to take kratom or a kratom product definitely is an initial very good step. And then keeping these products out of the hands of children is essential to just ensure safety and avoid such tragic incidents from happening.
Do you think we can expect to see further regulation, further steps taken when it comes to a substance like this?
So there are various efforts both on the federal and on the state level. We have seen bans being enacted in several states. The concern with that is that then we're moving something that we can regulate within, or we can establish a regulatory framework for, into the illicit, into the black market. And there are no regulations, obviously. We've seen this with opioids happening and with various other substances. So I think establishing a regulatory framework that ensures that consumers are adequately informed by labeling requirements, and also that products actually contain what they state on the label they contain. So establishing that regulatory framework is essential in order to ensure safety and adequate information for the public.
A University of Florida Pharmaceutical Sciences professor, Dr. Oliver Grundmann. This has been very helpful and insightful interview. We really appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you for having me, Garrett. My pleasure.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. The arrest of former quarterback Tony Romo been getting a lot of attention. He's charged with OWI, operating a vehicle while intoxicated, after he was pulled over in Wisconsin about a little over a week ago or so, last week, I guess it was. The body camera video has been released, and it's been getting a lot of attention. So joining us live now to break this down, we're going to talk through some of the clips, show you some of the clips, and get reaction from defense attorney Jose Rivas from the Rivas Law Firm, who joins us live now via Zoom. Jose, always good talking with you, and we appreciate you joining us today.
Pleasure.
So first, before we kind of look at the body camera video here, which, like we said, getting a lot of attention online, on social media, this was a case that was getting a lot of attention even before we saw the body camera video. I assume, you know, Tony Romo being a celebrity has something to do with that, but just your initial thoughts on this case before we take a look at a couple of the clips from the video.
Well, we have to remember that Wisconsin is a little different law from Florida. In Wisconsin, their first DUI is typically a civil, meaning that you can't go to jail for it. Another different rule is that they'll do a field sobriety exercise. They'll do a breath test, like what we call here in Florida, presumptive test off-site, and then they'll go ahead and do what we call a evidentiary breath test. So they do two different breath tests. He refused the latter one, but you know, you figure the celebrities have access to excellent attorneys, and you know, he does the exercise. We can talk a little bit about that in a few minutes, but you know, in Florida, my advice is, if you're going to do anything, don't do anything at all if you've been drinking.
Yeah, you mentioned the attorney, and that's one of the things we're going to see in this next clip, where Tony Romo asks if he can call his lawyer. So I want to play for you the first clip. It's about a little over a minute. It is the initial traffic stop, the interaction between the police officers there and Tony Romo, still seated behind the wheel on the driver's side of his car. So let's watch this clip, and then we'll get your reaction to that.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
Okay. All right. I'll take a driver's license from you.
You got it.
All right. How many drinks have you had?
0.
You're coming from a golf course?
I played the golf tournament at the Wisconsin State Amateur.
Okay.
So it's like a USGA event.
Okay. All right. I'm going to run you through some fields.
What's that mean?
Field sobriety tests. Are you willing to take any field sobriety tests?
Call my lawyer and then I'm
I'm sorry?
do you want me to take a field sobriety
Yes.
test?
You're denying to step out of the vehicle pending fields?
I'm just going to call my lawyer.
Okay. Step out of the vehicle.
I'm going to call my lawyer.
No. Step out of the vehicle.
I'm not allowed to.
Step out of the vehicle.
So you're going to take me through.
Field sobriety test.
I'm still allowed to call my lawyer, right?
You're not.
I'm not allowed
Nope,
to.
step out of the vehicle. Step in front of my vehicle, yes.
What's that?
You in all the way?
I'm in, yes. Uncomfortably, but yes.
All right, Jose. So that's kind of the initial interaction there on the side of the highway. You could hear Tony Romo asking to call his lawyer several times. I'm curious, as a defense attorney, what you make of what you saw in kind of those initial interactions between the police officer and Tony Romo.
Rule number one: you have no obligation whatsoever to tell law enforcement where you're going, where you're heading, whether you've been drinking. The only thing you have to tell them is, here's my driver's license, here's my insurance, here's my registration. Don't answer any questions. Where you coming from? You know, where you going? Have you had anything to drink? Just simply say, I want to talk to an attorney. That's all you have to say. There's no obligation to answer anything else. I would figure he would know better than that than start giving any responses. You know, I was at the golf course, or, you know, I was doing this event. The other thing, too, is very interesting in this case is where they actually arrest him. So in order to arrest, right, you have to be suspected of a crime, or actually there's some kind of probable cause for a crime. They arrest him, and then they take him off-site to another place to do the field sobriety exercises. We'll have to see whether that arrest is valid. I do believe there probably is going to be a good basis for a motion to suppress. The law enforcement needs to have enough evidence, for example, observations, you know, slurred speech, alcohol breath, admission to drinking, before they can put you in handcuffs and do the test.
And we do have the clip of the field sobriety tests that were done elsewhere. Our understanding is that police had told him he was being detained pending that OWI investigation. They took him to that other spot where they could do those field sobriety tests safely. I want to get your thoughts on kind of really this part of the video right now, where he was asking to call his lawyer and he was told no, he's not allowed to do that. Is that something that is that accurate? Is that something that he would not be allowed to do at that point?
That is correct. You do not have the right to call your attorney when you're on the side of the road of being arrested. You have a right of an attorney while you're being where they're going to be questioned, and that's when he should have asked for an attorney when they're asking him questions. He said, "I want to talk to my attorney before I answer any questions." But you can't pick up the phone for safety. Also, getting out of the vehicle. He initially refuses to get out of the vehicle. You have to comply. You have to get out of the vehicle. Supreme Court has said that's because of law enforcement for their safety.
Now, I do want to go ahead and go to the next clip. Again, this is going to show the field sobriety clip, the field sobriety test, about a minute and a half or so. So we'll watch that portion of this, and then I want to get your reaction to a couple of things from that.
Do you want shoes on or not?
What do you prefer?
Whatever you want.
Okay.
Like I'm fine. Am I supposed to move my head or am I supposed to keep it square?
Got to keep your head still, please.
Well, that's what I was asking. Okay.
Okay. So eyes and eyes
just
only.
the eyes
Yep.
move only. That's pretty good. I feel like I might incorporate this in the PT. And she's kind of activating the backside. Looks pretty good. I know that was at least 8 or 9 seconds. By the way, I do this consistently every day, but the right
Got to be stopping the
weaker
test.
than the left.
You
not to.
willing to submit to a PPT
What is that?
machine that you blow in?
It's a preliminary drug test.
It does not determine the results of
Oh
my
no,
test.
we're not doing that.
Okay.
I've already heard from all the lawyers. Don't ever do that. Did I pass this test?
You turn around.
No, I didn't. Huh? Can I use my phone real quick because there's a plane taking off.
You're
my
under
parents are
arrest
there.
for
Okay.
operating
We'll
while
get to
under the
that.
influence. Okay.
Okay.
Will you submit to an evidentiary chemical test of your breath?
No. Like I said, I want my lawyer
Okay.
for the 8th time.
All right, so there you can see him being arrested after those field sobriety tests. You heard him refusing the breath test, saying, "I've heard from all the lawyers never to do that." Jose, as a criminal defense attorney, your thoughts on what you see in that part of the body camera video?
Well, rule number one, just keep your mouth shut. There's no reason for you to be talking to law enforcement, making those kind of comments. Those are comments that the jury can hear at some point. But here's the point. So when you're going to be charged with refusal, doesn't matter whether you're charged with the field sobriety exercises or you're charged with a breath test. So if you're going to refuse either one, refuse both. The punishment is the same. There's driver's line suspension is the same. So why do the exercises and then refuse the breath test? If you're going to refuse either one of them, refuse both of them. Also, what's very interesting in this case is he can't do the field sobriety exercises even if he hadn't had a drink. We know that he has back problems. He's stretching on the side of the road. Law enforcement has allowed him to stretch, which I've never seen in my career, for safety and other reasons. He obviously has a back problem. He obviously cannot keep balance. Also, the AGN test, that can be challenged in court. If she's not what we call a DRE, drug recognition expert, the jury will never hear the results of the AGN-10, what we typically call the pen test, which, by the way, in my opinion, it was admitted incorrectly, too fast, not the right level, not at the right pace. So those are all a lot of things that can be challenged. I don't see this DUI going anywhere. I don't believe he had slurred speech. Perhaps fatigue can justify a lot of his actions. But rule number one, keep your mouth shut. Number two is if you've been drinking, right? And you're going to refuse to everything. Just say, you know what? Arrest me right now, officer. And that way, all they have to tell the jury is whatever observations they have up to that point to the arrest.
Yeah, I've heard in that video we hear Tony Romo say, did I pass the test? I've heard that some analysis essentially of field sobriety tests is it being less about passing and failing, but more about collecting additional evidence that could be used in those further proceedings. Do you agree with that assessment, or what do you make of that?
Well, I mean, the field sobriety exercises, they're indications where you're looking out for factors of indication of impairment. It's not illegal to drink and drive necessarily. You just can't drink to the point where you are impaired. So now, if you can't do the exercise if you have a bad back. I mean, you know, if you have surgeries, you have knee surgeries, you can't do the balance test. There's a lot of factors medically that can affect the result in the field sobriety exercises. On the other hand, the breath test, that's a chemical test, that's a scientific test, that's admissible in court, and in this case, he refused. But the problem is that he will suffer the consequences of refusing the breath test. He should have just refused everything and say, I have a back problem, which he does. You have a knee problem. I can't do any exercises. Just do your decision based on what you have so far.
Even with some of those things that you might classify as kind of missteps on his part, as you've outlined for us in this interview, you think there are openings for his attorneys, who he has now, I'm sure, been in contact with, that could really challenge what was found here. Give us your take and your analysis as this now kind of moves forward through the legal system.
Well, I mean, you know, we haven't seen the whole body-worn camera, right? But, you know, how do we know the instructions were done correctly? Based on what HGN test, the pen test, what we call, right, I don't think that this officer is qualified, right? Or at least it's not to the level where her instructions are, you know, on point. Therefore, if she did not instruct him correctly, you see that he's asking questions he doesn't understand. So, you know, that could also, you know, if you're given bad instructions or not enough instructions or don't understand the instructions, that can also affect the way you do your exercises. But the rule is, keep your mouth shut. The less you talk, law enforcement wants to talk to you. They want to question you, and the reason they're questioning you, they're not necessarily that they don't care that much about the answer, right? But they also care about how you respond. Do you have slurred speech? Are you coherent in your responses? You know, your behavior, and that can tell or can show some signs of impairment.
Interesting stuff. We will see where it goes from here. Criminal defense attorney Jose Rivas, we always appreciate your analysis and your perspective. And thanks so much for taking the time to chat with us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Pleasure to be here.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. All right. Jose.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Continuing to track storms across the area. I'll give you a live look right now at the Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. You can see that line of storms. No other severe thunderstorm warnings or anything like that right now. Some special weather statement in effect for the Orlando area, Seminole County, part of Volusia County, as well as these storms move through. So you certainly still need to be aware. We are certainly seeing some more impacts. But let me give you another live look at the Hard Rock Hotel camera from Daytona Beach. That we saw the storms moving in. We saw nothing for a while as it was just pouring and really storming hard there. And now things looking nice and quite a bit calmer there in the Atlantic Ocean. Well, again, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. We're approaching the noon hour. It's going to be a busy afternoon for us, but I want to bring your attention to a story from this morning where Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd held a news conference in Winter Haven today. Talking about a cold case out of Lakeland. This is something that happened back in 1987, a 14-year-old who went missing in September of 1987. Her name is Jennifer Weldon. You may be familiar with this case. Again, it's a high-profile case. She was 14 years old, reported missing after leaving a friend's house in Lakeland. Her body was found several days later in Fort Meade in a wooded area off of a phosphate mine in that area in Fort Meade. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd held a news conference today giving an update on what they know about her homicide and essentially tying that case to James Duckett, who is a former Mascot police officer who was convicted of murdering an 11-year-old girl in Mascot in Lake County. Also in 1987 was when that happened. If that name sounds familiar to you, it's because we've talked a lot about it. He was a death row inmate for decades and was just put to death on Tuesday, one of two executions here in the state of Florida. So today, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd talking about that case, saying they believe the evidence points that James Duckett is also responsible for this cold case murder from 1987 out of Polk County. So the sheriff spoke alongside two sisters of Jennifer Weldon and her best friend at this news conference earlier today, where he outlined what happened and his words for James Duckett.
This is a somber day, but it's a very important day. We're going to lay out information that for the last 38 years we've not been able to share with the media because we've had an ongoing investigation. And that ongoing investigation had to deal with the murder of Jennifer Weldon when she was only 14 years old, just 3 days short of being 15. But I'm joined today by Mindy Oakley. Mindy was Jennifer's best friend, I mean really best friend, and you'll hear more about that from her in a few minutes. And then Amy Weldon was Jennifer's younger sister at the time of the murder. And Hope Leemansaw is the younger sister who was not yet born at the time of the murder. But all three of these ladies are going to speak with you today. So I'm going to take a few minutes, and this is going to be kind of a different press conference, if you will. I'm just going to lay out moments in time and hit high spots. First off, I want to introduce you to who should be our young lady, Jennifer Weldon, today. This is an age progression of what she would look like. But Jennifer's not with us today. You know, she wasn't able to graduate from high school. She couldn't go to college. She never had the opportunity to marry the love of her life. She never had the opportunity to have the children and raise the children and enjoy the wonders of being a mother. She never had the opportunity to send her children away to elementary or kindergarten on their first day, or to watch them graduate from high school. And who knows, maybe she or her children would have been the one that turned into the scientist that found the cure for cancer. But none of that happened. She wasn't able to attend her mother's funeral. She wasn't able to see grandchildren come into the world, and we all know, if we're grandparents, that that's the most wonderful people in the entire world anyway, our grandchildren. She wasn't able to celebrate all of those events because James Duckett, a former mascot police officer, robbed her of every bit of that, and also robbed her family and her friends of the joy and excitement of socializing and being part of her life forever. This is what Jennifer looked like when her life ended, 3 days short of 15 years of age. I'm going to go over for you in just a few minutes a set of events that gives more detail. But before I do that, let me show you Jennifer's bedroom. This is Jennifer's bedroom that you've never seen. As you see, she liked to have stuffed animals, and it looked like what you would expect of a beautiful young 14-year-old's bedroom, with all the things that were special to her at that moment in time. And she planned to add a stuffed kitten to this group of stuffed animals she had, and you're going to hear a lot more about the stuffed kitten that never made it home, just like Jennifer never made it home. What you're going to see is her funeral. Now, you're not supposed to see a casket of a 14-year-old beautiful little girl, but here it is. And the people across this state and across this nation have never seen Jennifer's casket and her family and friends. And James Duckett viciously abducted, we suspect raped, and we know from circumstance murdered, violently murdered this little girl. And as I give you this lineage, there's things I want you to remember. This is what we found at the scene. This is the T-shirt that Jennifer wore that day that you've never seen. And I will show you her shoes in just a little while. But here's what occurred. Jennifer lived on North Soakham Loop Road in Lakeland. We know that she disappeared on Saturday, September the 19th, 1987. She spent that Saturday with friends, with her boyfriend, Johnny Marsh, who was 14, with a girlfriend, Angel Sullivan, and with Johnny Marsh's mother. They went to Tampa. And while they were in Tampa, this is a copy of, not the actual, this is a copy of the kitten that she got that day that she was going to take home and add to her collection. And this is the green bag, a copy of the green bag that held the kitten. And I will explain how all this is important in just a few minutes. But at the end of the day, Johnny's mother dropped Jennifer and Angel back off at Angel's house on Highway 98 North, where they hung out until about 9 p.m. At about 9 p.m., Jennifer started to walk home, and she lived approximately 2 miles away, not too far to walk. After all, she's almost 15 years old. Certainly you can walk that far. It was a Saturday night now, and she never made it home. Jennifer was reported missing, and that began a frantic search by family, friends, and law enforcement to find Jennifer. That search did not end for 13 days. So 13 frantic days we looked for Jennifer to no avail. So how did it end? An employee for Gardner Mines, phosphate mines, was driving down a small dirt road in one of the mines and noticed a pair of shoes on the side of the road, partially in the road. This is what the man saw that day. And here were the shoes of a 14-year-old little girl that was left in the road. So when the man saw these shoes and he thought, that's strange, why do we have a little girl's shoes in the road? He stopped his truck, got out, and was immediately met by a strong, pungent smell of a decomposing body. And he looked around. And what he found was the crime scene. If you look at this one photograph, there's a berm, there's high grass. So James Duckett took her through the grass, off the side of the berm, into this wooded area. When we found Jennifer that day, she was in severe decomposition, skeletonized, but her legs were spread wide apart. And thus began an investigation. An investigation of who in the world could have done such a vicious thing to such a beautiful child. The cause of death was suspected to be strangulation, and the manner of death was determined and ruled homicide. There was no obvious evidence at the scene. Now, I want to remind you, for the next 25 grueling days, detectives from the sheriff's office, obviously we had crime scene involved, we had friends and family involved. We're doing everything we could to get some leads. For 25 days after this murder, we had 0 leads. Now, this is not like today. Today, with our license plate readers, we would have found him probably before he ever had a chance to murder Jennifer. Today, with our cameras in every store and every convenience store and at every gas station, we would have had a picture of his face. Today, we would have had DNA and the ability to do much, much more than we could ever do then. We had no fingerprints. We tried. We had no evidence on the body. It was degraded. We had no evidence on the clothes. It was degraded. And you'll hear me say probably again in a minute. Over the years, we've sent over 10 different pieces of Jennifer's clothing to the labs as DNA came about and got better and better, and never were able to get anything, not her DNA, not the suspect's DNA. We were frustrated. Then one day, Detective Bob Weeks woke up and learned on October 27th, a police officer was arrested for the abduction, the rape, and the murder of an 11-year-old child in Mascot, Florida, where he was on duty at the time. In that investigation, they had fingerprints. In that investigation, they had some of Duckett's pubic hair on the victim. They had a very strong scientific case. They had witnesses. They had evidence, and he was arrested. He had been fired in June before he was arrested on October 27th. Thank goodness there was a great investigation done, and there was evidence found that obviously there was no evidence that we had in this case at the time. So 4 months after the murder of Teresa Maccabee, who was only 11 years old, by this horrible, horrible individual, 4 months later, Jennifer disappeared. And Detective Weeks said, look, there's too much opportunity for this to be the same person, and the investigation took focus. Immediately upon investigation, we learned that, in fact, this suspect, James Duckett, in the Lake County rape and murder of an 11-year-old, had lived in the McDuffie's trailer park 1 mile south of Fort Meade and only 1.8 miles from where Jennifer's body was found. Now keep in mind, Jennifer was abducted way north of Lakeland. She was found 45 minutes to an hour south, at the far south end of the county, only 1.8 miles from where the suspect, James Duckett, once lived before he was a Mascot police officer. The investigation went on. We know that on June 19th, when Duckett was fired from the police department and was under investigation for the murder, the vicious murder of that 11-year-old child, that he was reemployed by the mines. He had worked at the mines before, the W.R. Grace mines. We know that he drove from the Webster area in Sumter County, where he was currently living, south on Highway 98 every day to go to work. We know on September 19th, that fateful night that Jennifer disappeared, that he left for work 5 hours before he was to show up at work. He left his home, where his wife was located and 2 children. He wasn't to go to work until 11 p.m. that night. And Duckett, throughout our investigation, was always found to be prompt and always on time to work, whether it was the police department or whether it was the mines. They said the guy just is not late. On that evening, when he left 5 hours early and drove down Highway 98, north of Lakeland, he drove exactly past where Jennifer Weldon would have been walking home. That night, he was 2 hours late showing up for work that he had and he was never late. When he arrived, he was hot, he was sweaty. He said he had car trouble, but they noticed his hands weren't greasy or nasty or dirty, but he seemed a little upset or agitated. But he went to work. Now he returned home at 9 o'clock Saturday morning to his wife and child. He went in and he gave his wife a green bag containing candy and a kitten, a gray kitten, just like this. And he said, I brought this for the children. She said, you brought one toy for two children, and she threw it away. Our detectives went back to the store that they shopped in to confirm that, yes, those kittens did exist, and yes, when you bought them, the store was using green bags to tie that circumstance together. So we know, and I'm going to talk about it in just a minute, because our suspect's wife told us later, yeah, he came home at 9 o'clock in the morning. Yes, he had the gray kitten. Yes, it was in a green bag, and I threw it away because what was he doing coming home? But on top of that, he had fingernail marks or scratches on his back. And she questioned him about, why is your back scratched up? To which he responded, I was climbing under a barbed wire fence at work, and that's how it got scratched. Carla Duckett said that during subsequent interviews, that while Duckett was in jail on the Lake County charges, that he asked her to make up fake receipts about car repairs. Her dad owned a fix-it shop and a gas station in Fort Meade to cover the fact that his car was in disrepair and not running. She refused to do that. He asked her to have his vehicle professionally cleaned so that the Lake County could not, or we could not, test the contents. Failed to do that. She said, no, I'm not doing that. We tried to talk to Duckett. Of course, he's a trained law enforcement officer. He went, I think he worked months at the police department, and he knew to lawyer up, and that's exactly what he did. Over the years, we've talked to Duckett many, many, many times, and with each occasion, he lawyered up and wouldn't say anything. Over the years, detectives from the sheriff's office, not counting what the family did as far as looking and working, we put in not only hundreds, not only thousands, but tens of thousands of hours on this case. We never had not one iota of evidence that anyone other than James Duckett ever committed this murder. Never. As you know, back in the day, as I said, there was no DNA, there was no cameras every place. There was no evidence. We located not one independent witness. And we found nothing. We looked. We found nothing to the contrary to eliminate him as a suspect. So we got to a crossroads several years ago. It's like, do we try to push a circumstantial case to a jury? It's a great circumstantial case, but we've got him really locked down tight on this Lake County case. He was convicted. and he was sentenced to death. Do we do something here to try to get a conviction and it potentially jam up or create more defense or more arguments or more excuses why he shouldn't be executed? So as long as we had him locked up and everything was well, our case was only circumstantial, without evidence, without witnesses. We would just continue to chip away at new DNA and hope at some point in time maybe he would get a conscience, which we know that's not going to happen, and confess, but he didn't. We worked with the state attorney's office throughout the years on this case. And now we're going to present it to them for one final review before we exceptionally clear the case, and that's the clearance you can use, because we are going to exceptionally clear the abduction, the rape, and the vicious murder of Jennifer Weldon because the offender is dead. He was executed this last Tuesday. We know that he's a psychopath. We know he's a child raping murderer. We know he's pure evil in the flesh. We have worked this case for the last 38 years, 10 months and 9 days, or 14,199 days. And we saw justice executed this last Tuesday. Our detectives went up on Friday to give him one last chance to clear his soul and confess to the murder of Jennifer Weldon. He wouldn't see us. He wouldn't interview. He was a psychopathic, murdering, egotistical, vicious child pedophile up to the very end. But this is what he looked like back in the day. He was 6'2" and 235 pounds. He was arrested and tried in only 8 months. Only 8 months. Today, it would take us 4 or 5 years to get him to trial. That's a condemnation on this system. He had appeals, but it still took us 38 years for justice to occur. But we noticed, and our detective that worked this case from the cold case squad, Jason said that the detective that worked this case was at the execution and said, I told him 38 years ago I'd be the last face your eyes ever saw before you died from execution. And that detective was there. We never turn these cases loose. But this is what he looks like when he was executed. You can see an age progression here as well. You can see that on the outside, people look normal, but on the inside, they're vicious killers. When you bump into someone like this, society's not safe. So at the end of the day, I want you to look at this child's shoes. And I want you to think about the children's shoes in your home. I want you to see that when you complain about your children scattering their shoes around on the floor in the bedroom, be happy. Because this baby's shoes was scattered at a crime scene almost an hour away from where she lived on a dirt road by a psychopathic, pedophile, murdering, worthless human being. Now, let me turn the podium over to the family, and then if y'all have any questions, we'll let you know.
We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. That's from that news conference earlier today, hearing from Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd talking about the ties they believe between James Duckett, who was just put to death this week for the murder of an 11-year-old in Lake County. I believe he was also responsible for the murder of that 14-year-old in Polk County from 1987, saying they had some detectives up there this week trying to see if he would confess, but he would not see them. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to give you a live look right now in Nashville, Tennessee. This is a news conference with the National Urban League, and then you see behind this gentleman here, Ben Crump, who renowned civil rights attorney, who is about to give an update. They are talking about the Nolan Wells case. You may know about this case. It happened back July 4th. The teen went missing after a boat trip with friends off the Gulf Coast of Mississippi. Ben Crump walking to the podium now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Mark Morial, please give a great round of applause for him not thinking it robbery to invite the families to be here at this great convention. We are so grateful to him and the others in the civil rights community for standing up like they have stood up in the past. And just like we got justice for George Floyd, just like we got justice for Breonna Taylor, Lee Merritt, just like we got justice for Ahmaud Arbery, we're going to get justice for Nolan Wells. We're going to get justice for Daniel Irvin. And we're going to get justice for Tyler Smith. And a large part is because you all are not afraid to speak truth to power.
Never.
Thank you, Mr. Mario.
Yes, sir.
Again, I'm Attorney Ben Crump, along with Attorney Lisa Park, Attorney Eric Hertz. We're here fighting for the family with other great lawyers for Nolan Wells. We also have present with us the family of Daniel Irvin, who many of you are just learning about outside of Dallas, Texas, and his tragedy. We have Attorney Sean DeRaya and Attorney Brooke Cluse fighting to help that family get justice, and we want to applaud his mother, Tamika, who has been fighting as only a mother would fight, with not many people in the world listening. But we're listening today, Tamika. You are not alone, Tamika. You got Nolan's mother and father, Christine and Elmore Wansley, who are standing with you as well. Tamika, your daughter is here. You are not alone. Y'all, please let her know she is not alone. Justice for Daniel Irvin. Justice. Attorney Harry Daniels, we also have the family of Tyler Smith, Lexington, Kentucky. You're going to hear from all these families. You're going to hear from Tyler's mother and especially his grandmother. You know, until the lawyers get there, till the community advocates get there, a lot of times these families are just by themselves, President Mariel. And thank God for this mother and this praying grandmother who refused to let them sweep the death of her grandbaby under the rug. And so I will say briefly about each of these tragedies. Obviously, many of you know about Nolan Wells, and you'll hear from his mother and father after brief remarks by Attorney Hertz and Attorney Park. But we all know July 4th, Nolan Wells goes with friends, celebrating 4th of July. All the friends come back. Nolan Wells tragically washes up on the shore 2 days later, dead. And so we know all the current events that have been happening. We are announcing that we have the audio from the officials, and we have retained and are consulting with some of the foremost audio engineering experts to review those audio tapes from the CETO call in its entirety. We also, and Attorney Hertz may go into greater detail on these matters, have consulted President Mariel with oceanic engineering experts to talk about how these facts are lining up. The fact that they say Nolan's body was found in the same location where they say they left them at. And so we want to know, how is that possible with the oceanic tides? We want the experts. I mean, you got low tides and high tides. It's not adding up. So we are going to dot every I and cross every T until we find out what happened to Nolan Wells. Attorney Hurst will also go into a little more detail, and Attorney Park, about how we're trying to coordinate with Dr. Roger Mitchell, who conducted the independent autopsy of Nolan Wells, to be able to inspect his throat that was missing with his body when he was flown to do the autopsy with Dr. Mitchell. Also, we are hopeful that they will discuss with Dr. Mitchell the photographs and observations made at the time when Nolan was first discovered, because Dr. Mitchell did not get an opportunity until July 10th to be able to examine his body. And at that time, we know the airways and the lungs had already been dissected and so forth, so we can't tell if there was the presence of water or not. That would suggest whether he drowned or not. And remember what Dr. Roger Mitchell said in his autopsy. President Mariel, he talked about the fact that to say he drowned does not draw the conclusions of what happened to Nolan Wells. He said it is equally important to know at what condition was Nolan Wells' body when he went into the water. Was he conscious or was he unconscious? Was he forced into the water or did he go unforced into the water? He said all of these things are very important. And so we're dotting I's and crossing T's. We are focused on getting to the truth, and we stand for the truth. Me and everybody on my legal team stand for the truth, no matter who it implicates or who it exonerates. Yes. We stand for justice, no matter who it convicts or who it acquits. And we stand for transparency, so everybody can see. And that's all we want. We want answers. We're not casting aspersions on anybody. We are saying that we want to make sure everybody who is remotely involved has their questions answered, to make sure we have a full and fair and impartial and transparent investigation. And is that too much to ask for these broken-hearted parents? Is that too much to ask? That's all. If it was your child, wouldn't you want the same thing? And I get it. They're attacking me. They're attacking Reverend Al. They're attacking the parents of Nolan Wells. We don't care about those distractions. We ain't no ways tired. We are completely focused, completely laser focused on getting to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump raising questions, some of the things that they want answers to when it comes to the death of Nolan Wells, again, who went missing July 4th. His body found not too long after he had been on a boat trip with friends off the Gulf Coast of Mississippi on July 4th. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. A few minutes now after 12:30 on this Thursday, and we appreciate you joining us here live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to get you down to Pompano Beach right now, where Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz is holding a news conference right now after an oversight visit at an ICE detention facility there in Broward County. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
Give members of Congress unannounced access to ICE detention facilities. We don't have to give them any notice. We can just show up and they have to give us access. We are able to tour the facilities, ask questions, see the conditions that exist in real time. And that was critical because a number of years ago, and you'll remember back to when we had the Homestead Child Detention Center, we were only allowed, and then Senator Bill Nelson and I attempted to do an unannounced visit to that facility because of the incredible number of complaints about inhumane treatment of children who were unaccompanied minors back then. And we were barred access. We were told we had to give, I think at that time they told us we had to give 2 weeks notice. Then eventually that was winnowed down to a couple of days. But regardless, you know, that allowed them to whitewash what the conditions really were inside ICE facilities. So I went back to Washington, and as a member of the Appropriations Committee, I sponsored an amendment that is law to this day that ensures that members of Congress can get unannounced access to ICE detention facilities. I have colleagues who had to actually fight in court to ensure that that was the case, and we now have a court order alongside the federal law. So I want to tell you that I have, over the many years, visited many ICE detention facilities, particularly when I had unannounced access. I would come out to a gathering like this one and say that I wouldn't wish the treatment that I just witnessed and the conditions that I just witnessed on my worst enemy. I am thankful that I will not tell you that is the case with the Pompano Transition Center. The conditions in this facility were clean. I gave them no notice. They had absolutely no idea where I was coming. They did not have a lot of time to clean up before the officials arrived and brought me through. And so I was pleasantly surprised that this transition facility has the space, both in terms of the cleanliness that one would hope for. It had the room in the sleeping quarters. It had recreational facilities that were real, not just a tent over a piece of concrete. It had access to a library, both law library as well as books. So this facility is clearly well run. That's the best I can say, because this is a facility that has these conditions and also has somewhat more freedom of movement as far as the detainees that are here, because it is a very low-level security facility. The folks that are the detainees that are housed here have either no criminal history or very low-level history, like traffic stops and things that do not involve significant criminal activity. So this is a low-level facility, and that allows for, I believe, the more humane conditions. None of that takes away from the fact that means that that no one who is housed in this facility should be detained. These are not criminals. These are not the worst of the worst. They are the furthest thing from that. They are people who are living their lives, many of whom had lawful status, had been applying for asylum, or are TPS holders, or had some other process that made it so that they were lawfully in the United States. Even though they were undocumented immigrants, they were in the midst, many of them, of trying to be able to remain here on a more permanent basis. And no one who is stopped for speeding or for a minor infraction like so many of us are stopped for, that should not result for anyone in your permanent detention and facing deportation. We have and I can answer questions specifically about conditions here. I won't go through them because I actually don't have a lot of bad news to report about the actual conditions there. But I am very concerned that there are 671 people in this facility that shouldn't be here, that should not have been detained in the first place, and that the policy of the Trump administration that is putting them here is outrageous and unacceptable. I mean, now we're facing a situation where TPS for our Haitian neighbors and friends has been torn away. We have Venezuelans in this community that are facing the same thing. And in the cases of both countries, the conditions clearly do not exist to force the return of people who are safe here in the United States and came here fleeing persecution and needing the protection that TPS provides. There's no way that we should be sending people back to Haiti, where there is a level 5 do not travel order for Americans. And as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I can tell you that I heard testimony from State Department officials that made it clear that they did not have close coordination with the Department of Homeland Security on whether the conditions existed to force TPS holders to return and revoke that status. That's unacceptable. I want to be clear where I stand. Someone with no criminal history should not be arrested by federal agents because of the color of their skin, the language that they speak, the tenor of their accent, the job they have, like whether it's temporary or they look like a temporary worker, or the neighborhood where they happen to live. No one in the United States, under our immigration policy, should be subjected to detention for those reasons. So this morning, I introduced the No Prejudice Act to ensure that no Department of Homeland Security funds may be used to target people based on perceived race, ethnicity, religion, gender, or sexual orientation. It would bar DHS from targeting people just because they're at a bus stop, a car wash, a Home Depot, or any other place associated with temporary work. And critically, it would ensure that speaking Spanish, Haitian Creole, or even English with an accent is not a legal cause for immigration enforcement. A presumption of guilt based on irrelevant characteristics that mostly apply to innocent people is anathema to our system of justice. Put simply, it's racist, unconstitutional, and un-American. Throughout the last year and a half, U.S. citizens and lawful residents have been stopped, questioned, or detained because they looked like they might be unlawful immigrants. That is completely unacceptable. Our neighbors have all kinds of jobs and all sorts of accents, and that doesn't make them criminals. Listen, I'm 2 generations removed on both sides of my family from people who fled countries that they were born in because of the persecution that was occurring. And you know what? They came to this country with accents and speaking other languages. I remember growing up, I could barely understand my great-grandmother. She mostly had to speak to us in Yiddish. I didn't speak Yiddish, but she spoke with a heavy Polish accent. And that never subjected her to being deported. It is outrageous. And you can see the racist and bigoted component of our immigration policy at work when you compare different generations of immigrants. Nobody should be detained because of how they speak, and nobody should have to show their papers or prove their citizenship just because of how they look. We all can tell stories now of people who we know in our community who are American citizens who now carry their passport around, their American passport around, or their citizenship papers, just in case they get stopped for who they look, for what they look like or how they sound, or the language they're speaking. People who are American citizens all across our community should not have to do that. That should be illegal. I hope my colleagues in Congress will swiftly take up this effort to make ICE follow the same anti-discrimination rules as our local police, because our local police can't do any of what ICE is doing to these people now. And this wave of abuse and impunity is the direct result of congressional Republicans giving a blank check to ICE. Republicans have handed ICE and CBP an eye-watering sum of money, more than $260 billion. That is more than most nations spend on their entire military budget. That taxpayer money came with no restrictions or conditions, and it didn't take long for that lack of accountability to show up in our neighborhoods. Just outside my Weston neighborhood, there are lines of lawn trucks being stopped on Weston Road because ICE is coming after them, just because they suspect, because they are working in lawn care, that they're probably undocumented. It's outrageous.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz speaking at a news conference live right now in Pompano Beach outside an ICE detention facility. You hear her words of criticism for the policies that ended up with those hundreds of people behind bars right now at that detention facility in Broward County. But she said the conditions were largely fine. She visited another facility in another location just a few weeks ago. Held a news conference and was talking about overcrowding there. Does not seem to have those concerns at this facility after conducting an oversight visit there. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have much more to come on this Thursday, so don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. I want to let you know a few of the things that we are waiting on, some of the things that we're monitoring at this hour. First, let me give you a live look at the White House, where we are waiting to hear from President Trump. He's expected to speak in about 45 minutes or so. Going to be making some sort of announcement about the Freedom Haulers initiative. This is a program that would expand CDL eligibility for veterans happens. They're also talking about, as part of that, removing 24,000 licenses under English proficiency rules. This is something we've been talking about at the state level and at the national level for months now, ever since that deadly crash on the Florida Turnpike, where investigators say Harjinder Singh was operating a truck, pulled an illegal U-turn, and killed several people inside another vehicle on the turnpike, and that led to an outcry for a number of reasons. And one of the things that we have seen come out of that is a push for stricter requirements for English proficiency in order to have a CDL, which is a commercial driver's license. So we are waiting to see what comes out of that announcement. Again, that is scheduled for 1:30. We are also standing by for a news conference at 2 o'clock from the DeLand Police Department. They are going to be giving an update on the 2 people who were found dead in DeLand late last night. And so we will have that update coming up for you. That's at DeLand Police Headquarters at 2 o'clock. Let's see, that will be the Police Chief Jason Umberger speaking to us, and we'll have that live for you in our 2 o'clock hour right here on Fox Local, so you can stay tuned for that. Coming up any minute now, we're expecting to hear from Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, who is also a Republican candidate for governor, getting ready to hold a news conference in Tampa where he is going to talk about what he calls Florida's internal shield, essentially a battle plan, he says, to protect Florida from things like terrorism, hostile foreign influence, transnational crime, cyber attacks, human trafficking, worker exploitation, illegal immigration crime, and government overreach. So expecting to hear from the Lieutenant Governor any minute now. Let me also give you a live look at our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar right now. You can see storms still moving through Central Florida. There was the one severe thunderstorm warning earlier today. That was in Flagler County from like 10:30 to 11:15 or so, maybe half an hour that was in effect. And then it went back sub-severe, which was certainly good to see. But we are continuing to track this moving line of storms. It's going to be causing a continually rainy afternoon in a lot of places throughout the afternoon. And we have been asking as well for what you are seeing weather-wise today. Let me go ahead and pop up that QR code. If you are able to send us pictures, if you're seeing a lot of rain where you are, if you are seeing crazy clouds, if you're seeing lightning like the photo that I'm about to show you here, we want to see it. Obviously, we want you to stay safe, and of course, don't want you putting yourself in any sort of danger to get those photos or videos and send them to us. But I do want to show you a couple of the submissions that we have had come in today, starting with this photo from Ken in Port Orange, who sent us quite the shot of a lightning strike at the Port Orange Causeway. I mean, check that out. You can see just how defined that is as that lightning strike. You can essentially see it all the way from the cloud to the ground. So Ken, thank you for sharing that with us. That is quite an impressive shot that you have right there. And that's exactly what we're talking about when we talk about the threats of storms like this. Because of that lightning. It's why we say all the time, when thunder roars, go indoors, because that shows the power and the strength of these storms and of lightning like that. And you know that something like that can be devastating. I believe we've got another one here. This was at Typhoon Lagoon. Alyssa sending us this photo, and check out those ominous clouds right above the pool there. Quite the sight. Alyssa, we really appreciate you sending us that. Again, that down near Disney at Typhoon Lagoon, and the storms moving through. Obviously, a much different scene there now. In fact, if we pull up the radar again here, you can see they are likely seeing some active showers and rain in that area right now. So if you are seeing weather, rain, heavy winds, hopefully not hail, but whatever you might be seeing, lightning, let us know. You can send in those photos and your videos to us by scanning that QR code, going to fox35orlando.com/share, or doing it that way. So that is some of where things stand at this hour. getting closer to 1 o'clock. Also want to let you know, coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to hear from Visit Orlando. They are going to unveil some new findings about economic impact in our region, looking at tourism and the impact of the visitor economy here in Central Florida, saying that it generated record levels of spending, jobs, and tax revenue in 2025. Now, the question is, with a lot of economic pressures and concerns right now, some questions about what it might look like in the coming weeks and months, but some encouraging findings from that report. We expect to hear from officials talking about what that means for local businesses, what that means for jobs, what it means for tax revenues right here in the greater Orlando area. So that's coming up at 1 o'clock. Also at 1 o'clock, in fact, just a few minutes from now, we're going to be speaking with the State Attorney Bill Gladson from the 5th Judicial Circuit, who was a part of the prosecution of James Duckett, the death row inmate who was put to death earlier this week for a case out of Mascot in Lake County. He was convicted of killing 11-year-old Teresa McAbee back in 1987, and just this week was put to death for that crime. He had made a number of last-minute and last-ditch appeals to try to clear his name, to try to get off of death row, to try to spare his life, that to no avail, and was executed earlier this week, one of 2 executions at the Florida State Prison on Tuesday. Now, the reason we are talking about that today is because of that case out of Polk County, where Sheriff Grady Judd says he also believes Duckett is responsible for the murder of a 14-year-old in Polk County back in 1987. So we're going to be talking about that here in just a couple of minutes. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Yep, you're perfect. Thank you.
All right.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are continuing to follow up today on James Duckett, the death row inmate who was executed earlier this week at Florida State Prison for murdering an 11-year-old girl in Lake County back in 1987. This is a case that he spent decades on death row for. And then earlier today, if you were with us, we heard from Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd talking about a cold case there out of Lakeland, where they believe that same suspect, James Duckett, was involved and responsible for murdering a 14-year-old girl who went missing after leaving a friend's home, also in 1987. So joining us live now to talk about the Duckett case, execution, reaction to a number of other things here. We are pleased to be joined this afternoon by State Attorney Bill Gladson from the 5th Judicial Circuit, joining us live via Zoom. Attorney Gladson, thank you so much for taking the time and speaking with us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Yep, thank you, Garrett. I appreciate the opportunity.
So it's one of those cases I'm sure that's hard to talk about because of the details of it, just how heinous, how upsetting. But before we get into some of that, just give me your reaction to James Duckett and his execution this week in Stark.
So as you might imagine, there's a lot that happens leading up to an execution. This is the second one in the last year and a half that has happened out of the 5th Circuit. The flurry of legal filings that take place put the case under the microscope once again. So we are busy as prosecutors and with the Attorney General's office working on the legal aspect of it. But at the same time, we don't forget that there was a victim involved, and she has family members that still deserve the attention and to be kept up to date on the. We kind of divide those duties up as well. But I guess ultimately I would say what a lot of people say is it shouldn't have taken 40 years, but we are appreciative that the governor has expedited death warrant cases that are ripe for execution.
Yeah, and like you said, a lot of work on this because Duckett and his legal team had been making a number of attempts over the past weeks and months to spare him, to try to continuing to claim his innocence. So this was a case that really did keep your office busy up until the end, I'm sure.
It did. We had regular hearings with Judge Welke. They were mostly by Zoom. There were attorneys from all over the state that were involved, and they were pretty much weekly, if not every other week, where we would have to resolve or confront new issues, either new filings by the defense, appeals, litigation in federal court. Towards the end, there were multiple federal lawsuits, 1983 actions against the office, against me, against anybody involved in the case to try to delay the execution. So that was, there were multiple fronts to this, not just in state court, but in federal court as well.
What stands out to you as a prosecutor about this case?
So if we look more recently, what was, first of all, the timing. It's taken 39 years to get justice for Teresa. I don't think that should ever be the case. Florida has tried to deal with that by, there's something called the Timely Justice Act that I think was passed in 2013, which was intended to speed up the process, because after somebody's gotten due process and their sentence is final, it shouldn't take another 20 or 30 years for it to be carried out. So just like most people, that's what stands out to be the biggest, most obvious kind of problem with the system. Other than that, the case was tried before a jury after a grand jury indicted. It was tried before a jury in May of 1987, and a jury of his peers found him guilty. And through the appellate process all the way until the end, the courts found that the evidence was sufficient to prove that he was, in fact, the person who committed this murder. So it's a older case, but it had very good, solid evidence that proved that he was, in fact, the proper defendant.
Why does it take so long for an inmate to be put to death? I don't think anyone is saying they don't deserve their due process or anything like that. But like you said, once it all kind of plays out, why is it still take so long, decades in many cases?
So that's a great question, Garrett. There are procedural rules that Florida follows in any case, but with death penalty cases that go all the way to the Florida Supreme Court. In fact, they start as soon as the trial court's done with its work. The Florida Supreme Court starts working on any appeals related to a death case. But at the same time, once those appeals are exhausted on the guilt portion of the case and it's over, the defendant has the opportunity to challenge in a separate kind of proceeding. It's called a collateral attack the work that his lawyers did. Did they do a good enough job? And they go through that whole process. Once that's concluded, if the court decides that the lawyers were adequate, then the federal appeals begin and the federal habeas corpus rights kick in, and a person has the right to challenge all kinds of state laws and all kinds of procedures that happened in their trial court case in Florida in federal court. And that goes all the way up to the United States Supreme Court. In fact, we heard from them, we saw a document from them saying they're denying certiorari and that this case was concluded. We saw that right before the execution. So a lot of courts are working on it. That's why it's so complicated. But in the end, as I said before, if due process has been followed and honored, and the case is ripe for carrying out a sentence, it should be carried out like any other sentence. And I think victims and victims' families deserve that. I mean, 40 years, 39 years is too long. Too many people, family members die. They're no longer here. Memories about their loved ones are fading, and that's just not fair. It's just not the right thing to do. And I think by the governor stepping these up, I think it's been the right thing to do.
I want to get your reaction to this news conference that we heard today in Polk County. Sheriff Grady Judd essentially saying they believe the evidence showed that James Duckett was also responsible for the murder of a 14-year-old not long before that, the murder of Teresa McAbee in 1987 in Lake County. And so I'm curious your reaction to hearing these details and some of the evidence that they said ties Duckett to another murder of a young girl here in Florida. Does that surprise you to hear that? What do you make of the fact that investigators believe Duckett was behind more of these?
So I have not seen the press conference, but I am generally aware over the years that he was a suspect in two other Polk County murder cases where young women were murdered. And there was some compelling evidence that I've read about that tied him to at least one that I'm familiar with. So, it's unfortunately, when you deal with people that commit these kinds of crimes, when you hear that they could be tied to other similar crimes in a similar geographic area, it is not shocking. And it's an unfortunate thing to have to acknowledge. But when you kidnap, rape, strangle, and drown a girl, that's something that those behaviors are so specific and essentially evil that if you are somehow, if that's part of your MO and that's how you operate, the fact that something similar might happen to another person, a young girl nearby, does not unfortunately surprise me at all.
And this is someone who, when we're talking about James Duckett, who was a police officer, had a position of authority and probably some means to carry some of these things out. And do you think this is the case, that if he weren't found, if he weren't arrested for that, the murder of young Teresa McAbee in Mascot in Lake County, that this is something that could have continued?
So listen, I know about the one murder he was convicted of, but I will say again that that's the type of murder that would indicate to me that somebody has the potential to be a serial killer. So the fact that he was removed from society and convicted on this case, in all likelihood did save lives. I mean, I don't have any specific evidence to suggest that it would have continued, but I've studied that type of personality, and I think that's very consistent with someone who's not going to stop unless they are stopped, and that's the case here.
Sheriff Judd said today, even on the eve of Duckett's execution, they sent detectives up there just to see if they could get a confession, try to get some closure for the families of the victims in Polk County, and said he refused even to meet with them. So State Attorney Bill Gladson from the 5th Judicial Circuit, we really appreciate your perspective and your expertise here. And thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
And thank you for having me, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Want to get you live to Tampa as we're hearing from Jay Collins, the state lieutenant governor and candidate for governor, who is speaking right now about his Florida internal shield plan and talking about wanting to freeze H-1B visas. So let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks live right now in Tampa.
Disclose foreign persons, foreign principals, and sovereign wealth funds. Yes, the trial bar and I went head to head on this. Secret foreign money has no business influencing our courtrooms. Sovereign wealth funds have no business in our courtrooms. I know that's probably going to anger some people, and that's okay, because right is right and wrong is wrong. Using third-party litigation financing, a foreign government can indirectly finance lawsuits against companies in any sector: military, transportation, biotechnology, energy. It increases legal costs and it distracts management. Litigation financing often requires discovery, where these same foreign agents can see internal documents, technical information, business strategies. Foreign-backed funders could gain indirect access to valuable information to be utilized against us and our sectors across the state. Some funding actually allows in its agreements the funders to influence settlement decision, litigation tactics. This really raises a big question. Who's actually in control of the case? The plaintiff or foreign influence? Florida's justice system is not a marketplace for foreign capital and hidden financiers. It is not. If you are steering a Florida case with secret money, especially foreign money and sovereign wealth fund money, the state has a duty to stop that abuse. I believe that to my core. We're going to have to be bold on this issue. Point 7, financial warfare. You have to follow the money. It's often tied to terrorist financing, trafficking, transnational crime, foreign influence, money laundering, fraudulent charities, shell entities, and sanctions. We see this with Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, Syria, many nations, and it's not okay. Here's the fact. Authority to track and prosecute financial crime already exists in Florida. It does. It's under statute. But what's been missing is funding. Those tools have been underfunded and not fully operationalized. Paper power is not power, and we have to have power to protect our people with this. We're going to fund it, staff it, and put it to work. A financial cell inside our fusion centers that is architected, integrated with state financial investigators and our appropriate partners. Map the money, freeze what the law allows, and break those enterprises who want to harm our way of life. If you cannot follow the money, you cannot break the network. Right is right, wrong is wrong. We cannot afford to not operationalize that fight. Number 8, cyber and critical infrastructure. Guys, we're going to have to continue to defend the grid, water, ports, our DOW installations. That's still a struggle, by the way. I said Department of Defense for decades, though I'll tell you, the Department of War just has a certain panache. It does. We're going to have to build specialized capability against the online trafficking, recruitment, and criminal networks operating in Florida cyberspace. But we're also going to have to be very serious about how we do this. Right now, we are very, very rice bowled on this. Everybody operates differently. Everybody has a different system. We have to make sure that we come together, maximize our capability, maximize our state dollars spent to better secure our people. But what's frightening, this is a compounding problem. Let's look at it from a kindergartner's perspective. Even a kindergartner is completely enveloped by cybersecurity. Between school, what they do at home, every aspect of their lives is under threat, and it's compounding and becoming more complex daily. Guys, we have to make sure we take it seriously and we provide those tools to protect our people. Because where are our kindergartners going to be in 12 years? What are their lives going to be like? How complex and how at risk are their identities? Point 9, training. This is a big step, and this is very much linked into Fusion. Initial training for personnel entering Fusion and task force roles is important. Follow-on training is even more important. When you look at the world around us, from cyber offensive operations, drones, drone swarms, there are threats and risks that we are not prepared to fight right now. And we have to give them those opportunities. In the state of Florida, we have 29 financially constrained counties, 21 of which are incredibly at risk. How do we prepare them when they have a limited amount of resources on patrol? How do we prepare those firefighters, those law enforcement, the EMS, the emergency managers for the fight to come when they're one man deep on the road, on the ladder, or at their desk? We have to make sure we provide that opportunity. That means we're going to have to step in and we're going to discuss training at the initial level. Where the state can help, that's not to take autonomy in training, autonomy in operations. That's because I believe that you have to train like you fight, and I believe you should have the resources and the training capability to maximize that. And they have to be top notch, because Florida can accept nothing less. And every region, every county should have access to the same thing, because every citizen matters the same. One life is too many to put at risk. How many of you have heard about a flock over this recently, right? Yeah, it's a big discussion point right now. Let me be very, very clear. And this is something that we have to get right, and it's incredibly important to do that. Nobody, certainly myself, will never condone a police state or a nanny state. I do not condone unauthorized surveillance or search. That's not what we do. Our Constitution is very clear on these issues. Flock cameras and other camera systems, though that is a proprietary brand, just to put it out there for people. Flock is like Cheerios or Kellogg's, right? It's a company, a brand. They exist to catch criminals and find the missing. You know, Flock was actually just used to rescue a 13-year-old girl a couple days ago. But it's not there to build a travel file on free people. It's not there for improper warrants. It's not there for improper usage. It has to be managed, protected, and used appropriately if it's there. We have to protect our citizens' privacy and their Fourth Amendment rights. Let's say that one more time. We will protect our citizens' privacy and their Fourth Amendment rights. Every search logged, justified, users accountable, and vendors controlled. Nobody, and I mean nobody, within law enforcement wants to see misuse or abuse. And there is nobody who wants to hold those who do the wrong thing accountable more than those men and women who do it right. Because in that line of work, reputation is everything. Historical phishing through plate data on law-abiding drivers requires a warrant or documented lawful process, not curiosity, not just a keyboard. We will always back the blue, chain the database, and protect the Fourth Amendment. And we have to remember that the men and women in law enforcement, they're citizens as well. And they have the same grave concerns about overreach that all of us do. But we have to balance and manage and hold accountable both sides of that. This is a big push ahead. And we're going to have to work together to solve it and make sure that we handle it appropriately. Point 11, immigration transparency. All 67 counties are working together in the state of Florida. What I want to create is a verified picture, a database, a quarterly 67 county immigration impact dashboard on the enforcement, crime, detention, trafficking, smuggling, e-verify, and fiscal impact, county by county, every quarter. Radical clarity and transparency should be what we aim for in everything. It's not the government's money, it's the people's money. and our freedoms come from God, upheld by our Constitution. And because of those two statements, I believe we owe people transparency in how we operate and how we use their funds. And I'll make sure we do that. Smuggling moves people illegally, trafficking exploits people in separate categories, can't divide. It's the same public data. We have to make sure you have access and you can see it. The last one, Florida workers will always be first. We're going to always prioritize our people. Reduce, and where possible, as I mentioned, the H-1B visas. On day one, we're going to continue to do that. On day one, we will start our FIS strategy. On day one, we are going to make sure we sit down with law enforcement, community leaders, and paint this picture. But I want you to know that the DeSantis administration has done incredible work in keeping our communities safe. They have built many things, stood by our law enforcement, our firefighters, and given them everything they have. But the world evolves quickly. It does. And we have to make sure that we continue to fight in that path. That's tools against fraud, trafficking, protection from foreign entities, tracking the secret money and sovereign wealth funds, and a clear message to every network that's out there that wants to harm our people or our way of life. We will find you. We will fix you. And if necessary, we will finish you. Friends, you don't mess with Florida. You don't mess with our people. You will be held accountable. Now, let me close this out the same way I always do. You know that I'm a very serious person. My life has put me in that position. I'm looking forward to the questions. I'll take them from the audience. We'll take them first from the reporters in the back, and then we'll also open this up to the people online. Now, Jason, are you going to administer that, or how's that going to work?
We work at the...
Again, that's fine. Have them type it in there. What's the first question? Ma'am?
I just want to hear your opinion, and thank you.
Yeah, no. I'll tell you, I'm frustrated and disappointed, but I respect the rule of law. I do. I respect our judicial system. This changes nothing. My focus is still the same. I am still the lieutenant governor for the greatest governor in our state's history, and I'm still running to be the next governor of the free state of Florida. Nothing changes. The mission continues. All right?
Okay.
Up in the next.
Wait.
Yep.
What's your thoughts?
I think it matches what I see on the ground. You know, I think I've said this probably 1,000 times. Jason, we should probably count that. You know, I bet I have said it at least 1,000 times. My favorite part of the job is going county to county, city to city, and talking to people, no matter where they are. I love it. I do. And people aren't enamored by Byron. They are not. Those who are voting for them are voting for them largely because of the president's endorsement,
Right.
not because of Byron. When afforded an opportunity for something different, what do? They take that opportunity. They find someone who espouses their values and has the capability to follow through. We're the greatest state and the greatest country in the history of our planet. We got to keep it that way. And I think 30%, wherever we're at, that is very strong, and we're going to continue to push. It's a two-person race. This primary is between Byron and I, and we are going to continue to push forward. I want to remind people that we have about 3 weeks left in this race. August 18th is the primary. You know who was in a similar position about 8 years ago? The greatest governor in our state's history. Ron DeSantis was never the prohibitive favorite in his race. Adam Putnam was. 8 years before that, Rick Scott was not the prohibitive favorite either. Our Attorney General McCollum was. And history proves us who's there. It is up to the people to choose who you vote for. I love the president. I do. But you guys have a voice. You have a choice. And make sure you pick someone who's had a track record of success, who runs to the sound of the problem, not away from it or to a microphone, And lastly, that has a moral compass focused on the people, not themselves. Not they can make a wise choice. Sir.
I wasn't here. Did Ron Scott have a primary that's mud wrestling like you got to deal with?
I never thought about it as mud wrestling per se. That's an interesting thought and an interesting mental picture. Sorry, it is going there. Look, I think any primary gets a little wonky, right? It does, and it is. But you know what? And I'll remind people, God never promised us things would be easy. He said we can get through it through Him. Every great thing in life that I've achieved was hard. It was hard growing up poor on welfare. It was hard being told as a kid I couldn't accomplish anything because I was poor white trash. It was hard getting into college and not really having the background and knowledge to be super successful. It was hard joining the Army, becoming an intel guy. It was really hard to become a Green Beret. It was hard to requalify after I lost my leg. It was hard jumping into politics because I didn't know anybody. And 5 years ago, I didn't want to be in politics. 4 years ago, I was like, all right, here we go. And now I stand here with the ability to serve nearly 23.5 million people every single day. That's a privilege or not. You can't be afraid of the fights. And just because it's hard doesn't mean you do it. It means you buckle up, put the chin strap and helmet on, and get to work. In the back.
Could you talk a little bit about your Fishback's call for your resignation?
All right. I think that's silly, ridiculous. You can pick your descriptive words if you like. It's nonsensical. Look, we have to stand up and we have to fight for election integrity. While I do not agree with the judge's decision, I do not. I think that his decision has basically put us in a position where if you identify as a Floridian, you are a Floridian. I guess we can be trans Floridian now. So, Billy, I think it's just another game from someone who talks big and walks small and doesn't have the experience to lead the state. We need serious leaders for serious times, not whatever that is. Next question.
I was going to ask you, I saw a campaign ad, I guess, or it wasn't even a campaign ad, I don't think, on YouTube, Governor DeSantis was talking about the people who are running. And he made comments about Chuck Norris, and stuff. But the thing is, what got me was the fact that, to be totally logical about it, when he talked about Byron, it was that he has experience up there, but not here in Florida.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, maybe he's a politician, which turns me off just by using the term. That's why I voted for Trump. So, see what happens in business is there. Things work. Yep. But the thing was, he made a point that I don't know whether it was the issue or not, or at this point when I saw it, but it was, it just made sense to the point that you would hear at doing the work, who do you want to continue to do the work? If it's going in the right direction, bring somebody new in. That's what I reasoned out on.
Yeah. So let me look. Byron has been in Congress for a few years.
I mean, if it's Congress, it's up there.
Yeah, he hasn't really accomplished or been here. And you've got to be present in the community. And more frustratingly, when things got bad, he didn't stick in the community. He was in D.C. during hurricanes and issues. You got to stand here. You got to serve the people. You got to run to the sound of the problem. When Iran and Israel kicked off last June, I could have got on Twitter. I could have got on Fox News and just made a circuit of talking about things. But I got on a plane and flew to the Middle East. And I brought home 2,300 American citizens. Leadership isn't talking about things. It's actually doing the hard work where people's lives are at risk. That's the difference between he and I. I walk the walk. He talks.
Lead from the front.
What's that? That's right.
Oh, it's me. Hi. What about, I have been severely victimized from a very targeted cyber attack for about 2 years now.
Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins speaking right now, taking some questions at this event in Tampa. Meanwhile, we are waiting to see President Trump to make that announcement about the Freedom Haulers. You see Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy arriving and speaking to some folks outside the White House there. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's get you live to the White House right now, hearing from President Trump speaking about this Freedom Haulers initiative. Let's listen in.
With us. I mean, they've just been with us from the day they were born, I suspect. They're great patriots, and we love them. And we want to thank UPS, FedEx, and Werner for the job they've done. Thanks as well to the National Commander of AMVETS, Paul Shipley, Chief Operating Officer of the Independence Fund, Doug Ackerman, and the great patriots from the Wounded Warrior Project, American Legion, Blue Star Families, Gary Sinise Foundation, Vietnam Veterans of America, and Paralyzed Veterans of America. We thank you all, and thank you all for being with us. Very special. Thank you, fellas. Thank you, everybody. For many years, American highways and roadways have been terrorized by unqualified illegal aliens dangerously driving big rigs like that. You got to know something to drive. Wow, that sucker is a big one. That's big stuff. But they're you have to have a knowledge, you have to have a talent for it, and these people don't have that. They're driving big rigs, semi-trucks, and tractor trailers, all because radical left maniacs at the state level have issued them commercial driver's licenses, even though they're not entitled to have them. They don't speak the language for the most part. Many of these illegal aliens don't even come close. They don't want to learn the language. They don't care about the language, and they don't speak it. They don't speak English. They cannot read basic road signs. In many cases, they've engaged in reckless driving that has caused many, many preventable deaths, too many to even talk about. Last August, 3 innocent people were killed in Florida when an illegal alien from India made an unlawful U-turn, blocking all the lanes of the highway and causing a catastrophic crash. It was a disaster. Just a few weeks ago, a Pennsylvania state trooper was killed by an illegal alien from Haiti driving a semi-truck. He was let in by Joe Biden and the open border policy of the Biden administration. By the way, today we have the safest border in the history of our country. And I don't even say this usually, but for the last 14 months, because it's almost unbelievable to say, but the media will correct me if I give anything that's even slightly off. As of 14 months, in the last 14 months, 0 illegal aliens were able to come through our southern border. 0. Last year alone, illegal aliens with commercial driver's licenses caused at least 30 deaths and many, many very seriously injured. As president, I made it our official policy to enforce English language requirements for truck drivers and support American truckers on American roadways. We've already removed more than 24,000 non-English speakers from behind the wheel. We've also forced states to cancel more than 28,000 commercial driver's licenses unlawfully issued to illegal aliens. They were given illegally. As we get illegal aliens off the roads today, we're also taking action to replace these unqualified migrant truck drivers with highly qualified American veterans. Under our brand new Freedom Haulers, we call it Freedom Haulers initiative, any American who has driven a heavy truck for our military will automatically be eligible for a commercial driver's license, and it's good-paying jobs too. Any veteran with a heavy vehicle experience from the military will now be eligible to skip redundant road tests to obtain a commercial driver's license. We're going to make it as easy as possible for the veterans within 2 years following their active duty service. And for the veterans where you have a situation where you have not truck drivers in the military, where you don't have truck drivers, they're going to be given a very quick pass. We're going to teach them. They're going to learn. If they didn't drive a truck in the military, but they're going to learn, and they're going to learn very quickly, and they'll be licensed in a matter of a few weeks, I think it is. They're going to take about 3 or 4 weeks of training. 34 states have joined this initiative, including Indiana, Wyoming, Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama, Florida, and Maryland are joining us just today, and many of the representatives and leaders from those states are with us. It's actually a very big deal. This is a big deal. We believe that all 50 states and Washington, D.C. should join us in supporting these great veterans. And frankly, some of the states didn't know about it. They heard about it today, and I think they're all going to be signing up. Data shows that truck drivers who are veterans account for 42% fewer accidents. Think of that, 42%. And that number, they say, is a very minimal number, even as they drive the double the number of miles of non-veteran drivers. So to end this, very simply, the radical left wants more jobs for illegal aliens and more migrants in 18-wheelers, and Trump administration wants safer roads and more jobs for the American veteran. Now I'd like to ask a man who's done a fantastic job on this subject and many others, Secretary Duffy, to say a few words, followed by Secretary Collins, Nathan, and a great veteran truck driver, Ricky Washington. And I'll just stand here and watch. Thank you very much. Sean, go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. President. And to underscore your point, President Biden let in millions of illegals into this country. And he thought it would be a good idea that when they come in, they get a job, and they get a job driving a commercial motor vehicle. They didn't have the training. They didn't have the skill. We didn't do background checks in the last administration, so they could have had a mile-long rap sheet of crimes or drunk driving or speeding violations, but we didn't know who they were. And we saw that when those illegals were driving these big rigs, they were killing American citizens. You're a family that was on the way to Walmart, or you're going to church on a Sunday, you could lose your life on an American road. So because of the president's initiative, he signed an executive order over a year ago. It was the common sense rules of the road. And since you signed that executive order, we all have been working overtime to make sure we take illegals off American roads, and we give those jobs to great Americans, including great American veterans. So that's right. These are great paying jobs. They're anywhere from $80,000 to $100,000 plus a year. And it's important because you have men and women who drove big rigs in the military who would then get out and have to go through months-long training for their skills and their knowledge test to drive this vehicle over here. Well, if Secretary Pete Hegseth thinks that you can drive a vehicle like this, Donald Trump and Sean Duffy think that you can drive a vehicle like that. So we have illegals are out, American patriots are in this administration. We've had more people, trucking companies, call us and try to find, how do I hire more veterans? How do I bring the great men and women who serve this country, how do I bring them into my company? So you can go to freedomhaulers.dot.gov to get more information. But we are clearing the deck for you to get a great job in trucking. Mr. President, there's a lot of things that the radical left, as you mentioned, get angry about because they're radical. But safety for the American citizenry is bipartisan. This is not a political issue. This is an American issue. Let's make sure American roads are safe. Let's make sure we put great patriots who serve this country on American roads, well-trained, with great skills. And I think this is one of the great legacies of your administration. I am grateful for your leadership, putting America first, American veterans first, American roads first over the illegals who the last administration prioritized. It has been just an honor to work with you. And to me, he's a master class. To see how this president operates, to watch him and learn from him is amazing. So thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. President.
Thank you, Sean and Mr. President. I can't think of anything else that says freedom more in our country than an open road truck and a veteran. Because you have veterans that said one thing, when they raised their right hand, they pledged what others would not do. They said, I will go and do what others will not do. And it is this country, when you told me, and I asked you that question, I said, Mr. President, what do you want me to do? He said, just take care of my veterans. So every day now, since the last year and a half, veterans at the VA are first and only in what we do. And this. So when Sean and I, we heard about this, and we started looking at this, some things that we have done, Mr. President, you're behind this and working to get veterans on the road. I can't think of anything more American. I can't think of anything that puts us first. Instead of the illegals who want to come take jobs, let's put veterans in the seats, making jobs safer and better for all Americans as we go along. Because veterans, look, you proved once you can do it. I know for a fact you can do it every single day. As we look at this, some of the questions that come. The Wild West is over, so what do? How do we get our veterans into this? Well, one of the things that I want to emphasize is that we're now not only taking you as veterans, the GI Bill is going to be able to pay for this. You're going to be able to actually get and use the money to go get your CDL license. You're able to get this, and we're going to make it a lot easier and a lot quicker. Like I said, for those of us who've rode in these, this will be a thrill. So we do that. We're going to use the GI Bill. The Dole Act also did something that's really important, and that was the CDL programs. It used to take almost 2 years to get in. We're now waiving that to where the CDL and disability, service-connected disabilities, can get in that instead of having to wait the 2 years. So we're actually putting into place what is already there and saying, you know what, we're going to make it easier for our veterans to do this. Our VR&E programs are already ready to train veterans to go take these jobs as we go forward. But as we go forward, let me just emphasize one thing already, Mr. President. 1 in 10 of our truck drivers across the country are veterans already. 1 in 10. Why don't we make it 2 in 10? Why don't we make it 3 in 10? For those who want to get out and serve this country, who want to be the leaders and be the safety experts who drove these, to drive these, will drive us as Americans in the future. We couldn't do this without a great partnership with the cabinet and our partners in the business community as we go forward. But I'm here to also tell you, you can't do it without a president who doesn't look at what can't be. He looks at what can be. And Donald Trump has said when it comes to transportation and safety and keeping illegals off the road, but also putting our veterans first, you have a president who not only says it, but he does it, and we're here today to prove it. God bless you.
I would like to thank President Trump for inviting us all here today. It is a profound honor to stand with you here at the White House, along with the brave veterans, the military leaders, and cabinet members, in the same month that we celebrated the 250th anniversary of our great country. If I could take a moment, for those of you that are at a camera and facing this way, there are hundreds of veterans here today. And I feel like we owe it to the veterans who have sacrificed. The saying is that all gave some and some gave all. And I would like to take a moment for all of us to thank the people behind the camera and the men here for their service. As President Trump said, I am Nathan Maiskeier. I'm the president of Werner Enterprises. Werner is one of America's largest, safest, and most successful transportation companies. This year, Werner proudly celebrates 7 decades of keeping the American economy moving. And after all, 75% of all freight in America moves by a truck. At Werner, 15% of our 14,000 associates nationwide are veterans and military spouses, a statistic that we're proud of. Today, I am proud to announce a new strategic initiative for our company. In tandem with the Trump administration's Freedom Haulers program, Werner Enterprises is officially committing to hire 1,400 veterans in the coming year. This administration's Freedom Haulers campaign will have a direct and powerful impact on our ability to bring even more veterans into our workforce and into this great trucking economy. Cutting through red tape and translating a veteran's military driving experience directly into a civilian commercial driver's license. Veterans at Werner often move up the ranks into roles as driver leaders, and many serve as premier road team captains, mentoring the next generation of drivers and representing the absolute best of American trucking. We should all commit to ensure that every veteran returning home is met not just with handshakes and hugs and applause, but real opportunities to lead, drive, and succeed. Thank you again to President Trump and all of the members of the Trump administration who support our heroes and these pro-veteran initiatives. May God bless our veterans, may God bless our leaders, and may God bless America. Thank you.
My fellow Americans, Mr. President, and distinguished guests, it is an honor to stand with you today. For 30 years of service, I have the privilege of wearing the uniform of the United States Army and the Army National Guard. Like so many who have answered the call, my service took me through moments of hardships and sacrifices. I reflect on which I carry with me every day. Serving this nation was an honor, but when the time came to take a uniform off, I faced the question veterans confront. How do I continue serving? For me, the answer was on the open road. Transition from military life behind the wheel of a commercial truck has brought a renewed sense of mission for me. Veterans make exceptional truck drivers because they have the core values of the military aligned seamlessly with the trucking industry. We're disciplined, we are vigilant, we're adaptable, and with an unwavering commitment to getting the job done safely and on time. The trucking industry is more than just a sector of our economy. It is the backbone of our commerce. It is a place where service members, veterans, military spouse can find a purpose, a community, and a way to continue keeping our great nation moving forward. Thank you, Mr. President. God bless our service members and their family, and God bless the United States of America.
Anybody like to say anything? I just want to thank everybody for being here. This is going to be a big day for our wonderful patriots, our great veterans. They're going to produce like nobody else can produce. And thank you very much. And I want to thank you and especially all those people you're going to be hiring. But I know a lot of your competitors are also doing the same thing. So it's going to be really fantastic. Sean, thank you. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, everybody, for the job you've done very much. Bye. Thank you.
Reporters there, as you saw, trying to get the president to answer some questions as he made his way back into the White House after speaking at this event, talking about the Freedom Haulers campaign, an initiative that will expand commercial driver's license eligibility for veterans in 34 states, including Florida, one of the first states to sign on, as we heard from the President and Secretary of Transportation talk about there. And not surprising, given some of the conversation about this in the past few months, really stemming from an incident that you heard the President mention there at the White House. It happened on Florida's Turnpike in St. Lucie County, where a suspected illegal immigrant made an illegal U-turn, investigators say, that caused a deadly crash there. And that really sparked this conversation and a number of initiatives at the state level and at the federal level to address this. And so as part of this, too, tens of thousands of driver's licenses, commercial driver's licenses, have been revoked for folks who are unable to prove English proficiency. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to. In fact, let me give you a live look right now inside the City of DeLand Police Department, where coming up in about 10 minutes or so, we're expecting an update on a death investigation after 2 people were found dead. There have been a lot of questions about this, still very few details, not much that we know right now beyond that. And so we're hoping to get a lot of questions answered from the DeLand Police Department. The police chief going to be holding a briefing coming up in just a few minutes. Again, that is scheduled for 2 o'clock. And so we'll have that for you streaming in our next hour right here on Fox Local. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. That is James Duckett, the Attorney General, getting ready to go to that video that he posted on social media just a few minutes ago, talking about the arrest of a person from Canada who they say have been voting illegally for 2 decades here in Florida. Here's the video that the Attorney General posted just a few minutes ago, or a couple of hours ago, on social media.
To American citizens. Today I'm announcing charges against Giorgio Michelli, a 66-year-old Canadian citizen and U.S. green card holder living in Melbourne, Florida. Over 2 decades, this alien illegally voted in 7 Florida elections. In 2004, he registered in Brevard County by lying under oath that he was a U.S. citizen. Federal records prove he never was. He voted early in 2020, 2022, and 2024. Presented photo ID, and none of his ballots were provisional. When election officials confronted him, he lied and claimed he never voted. Finally, he admitted the truth. He knew he was not allowed to vote, but he did it anyway. He now faces 2 third-degree felonies, voting by a non-citizen elector, and false affirmation, and up to 10 years in prison. Building this case was possible because of the SAVE database, which allows states to look up citizenship data and ensure only Americans vote in our elections. Last year, Florida signed a landmark agreement with the Department of Homeland Security that requires free access to the SAVE database with improved search capabilities. That agreement is judicially enforceable for 20 years. Future administrations cannot walk away from it. Yet Biden-appointed Judge Sparkle Spookanan overstepped her authority and blocked access to the SAVE database. Her activist ruling makes it harder to verify citizenship and slows our ability to hold aliens accountable for stealing votes in Florida elections. But no, we will not back down, and we are currently fighting her unlawful order in court to protect the integrity of every American ballot. Here in Florida, we do and will always take election fraud seriously, and we will hold violators accountable. Thank you.
Attorney General James Duckett speaking just moments ago, or a little bit ago, I should say, not moments ago, on social media announcing that arrest, talking about a voter fraud case. Well, we're getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour. We're going to welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. We are going to check in with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Bergeron to get the latest on what's going on with your radar that you've got right there. We've been tracking showers and storms across the region today. We are also waiting for this update from DeLand Police talking about 2 people found dead in downtown DeLand. Get an update on that investigation coming up in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus on the other side of this break.
weird. It's weird. Like, how did it just flip like that?
But it did. I mean, it's really interesting. Boy, talk about changing your life, man.
Yeah. Well, okay.
We will see you tomorrow.
Live and streaming. This is Florida Live.
Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. I want to get you straight to this news conference in DeLand, where we are hearing from police. They are just about to give more information about 2 people found dead in downtown DeLand late last night. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Being said, I'm here to brief you on an incident that our officers were called to last evening, July 29th at approximately 10:40 p.m. Specifically, our officers responded to a report of 2 deceased persons located on a vacant industrial property at 213 West New York Avenue. This is not the property of the Athens Theater, which may have been previously reported. It is a property behind the theater. Before we get started, I want to say on behalf of the entire DeLand Police Department that our thoughts and our prayers are with these 2 young men who lost their lives and their families. This is an emotional and sad situation for all parties involved, and our police department is working hard to determine what happened and to identify the person or persons who are responsible for the deaths of these young men. So, as I said, we arrived there at approximately 10:40. Our patrol officers found 2 deceased male subjects. Our officers determined that these 2 males had suffered gunshot wounds and were deceased. The DeLand Police and Criminal Investigation Division responded to the scene, which included police detectives and crime scene technicians, and they began investigating the scene where the young men were found. The Volusia County Medical Examiner's Office ultimately responded and took custody of both of the young men and transported them to their facility for further investigation and forensic examination. At this time, we can tell you that our police investigation has revealed that both male subjects were each shot multiple times. As we speak, the DeLand Police detectives are investigating to determine a motive and identify a suspect or suspects in this case. The 2 young men who were found deceased are identified as Dustin Rose. He was a white male, age 19, formerly of De Leon Springs, Florida, and now of South Carolina. He's a student at the Citadel. He was a student at the Citadel and is a member of the South Carolina Army National Guard. The second individual was Samson Campbell. He's a white male, age 18. He's formerly of DeLand, Florida, and had recently moved to Chicago, Illinois. Preliminary information revealed that both young men knew one another and were childhood friends. Our agency is utilizing every investigative resource available to us to determine what happened and who is responsible for these 2 young men's deaths. This case is classified as a homicide investigation, and we will work to get a resolution as quickly as we can. At this stage of the investigation, detectives are continuing to determine the circumstances surrounding these deaths. Because the investigation remains active, we are not in a position to speculate regarding the motive or whether these 2 young men were targeted. We will continue to evaluate all available evidence as it comes in and provide the public with updated information as it becomes available. We are very early on in this investigation, and our detectives and officers are working to gather as much information as we can, as quickly as we can, so that we can analyze everything. We ask for the public's patience and the family's patience as we gather information and analyze it. We will necessarily have to wait for forensic lab results from other agencies assisting us in this investigation to include any evidence that we had collected both at the scene and also any evidence that's collected at the medical examiner's office. And this, unfortunately, takes time. With that being said, we are asking for the public's help with this case. If anyone in our community saw or heard anything suspicious or saw something out of the ordinary or had any contact with Dustin Rose or Samson Campbell beginning Tuesday evening, July 28th, from around 6 o'clock in the evening up until Wednesday evening last night, July 29th, up until around 10 p.m., or they have any other information that they believe would be helpful to our investigators about any of these two young men, please contact the DeLand Police Department via our Crime Watch portal, where you can leave anonymous information, or you can identify yourself, you can identify yourself or leave anonymous information on our portal. It's up to you. And then you may contact by telephone our Criminal Investigations Division at 386-626-7400 and ask for a detective and provide the information that you have. Again, it's very early on in this investigation, and I'm going to be limited as to what I can tell you. I do have a photograph of Dustin and Sampson from early Tuesday evening. Is the last known, or it's a photo that we were able to gather from a video, and it shows what they were last seen wearing. And so we want to provide that to you all and put that out to our community and ask for help if somebody recognizes them or that they interacted with them that evening or those 2 evenings or during the day. We'd like to hear from them and talk to them. So with that, I'd try to take some questions from you.
If we can raise our hand for questions, that would be great. He'll choose the person to ask the next question when he's ready.
Hey, Chief. Just before I got here, I was listening to the 911 call, and the caller reported that her kids were missing. Was a missing person report filed, and was that in reference to anything?
No. I think probably you were listening to the 911 tape. I think that was probably the mother of one of these young men who unfortunately actually found her son. And I think what she might have been referring to, and I have not confirmed this, and neither have our investigators, but I think maybe a day before she may have gone to another agency to try to report that, her son, she didn't know where her son was. But I have not confirmed that.
They're still alive when the 911 call was made by one of the mothers. They're still alive because I hear at 10:40 the call was made, and then 10:48 you guys arrived to the scene. So they still alive at that time or no?
No, they were deceased when we arrived.
How long do you believe they had been dead when you arrived, and where were they exactly found in that parking lot?
We do not know how long they had been deceased. We're kind of waiting for the medical examiners to maybe give us some information to that effect. And they were located on a property, like I said, behind a theater, its own separate property. There was probably if some of you were out there was a vehicle back there. It was an abandoned vehicle that was left on that property. And then there was a trailer, truck trailer that was left on the property. And they were located behind that truck trailer. Yes, ma'am.
You said that both of the victims were from out of town. Do you know why they were in DeLand?
No, we're still working on trying to determine, why they were back home. Like I said, the first individual was originally from De Leon Springs, and we understand he was a student at the Citadel in South Carolina. I believe that's somewhere near Charleston, South Carolina. And he was a member of the South Carolina Army National Guard. So he came home, I guess. So we're still trying to work on that, why he was home. And the other individual was from DeLand originally, and we learned recently moved to Chicago and was home for some unknown reason.
And they were 18 and 19? Sorry.
18 and 19.
Why was FWC on scene today?
Why was who on the scene?
FWC? Or did they have any?
They had no involvement in this. I don't know why they would have been on the scene there. FWC?
Yeah, there's 2 trucks there.
I'll look into that. I mean, we've released the scene, as you saw. There's no yellow tape there anymore, but I don't know why they would be there.
So no leads at this moment either?
Well, we're working. We have a lot of information that we've gathered, and we continue to gather. We do not have any person of interest identified or anything like that at this point.
Chief, I know it's pretty early in investigations and stuff like that, but what do you guys know so far about these two individuals?
What I've just said.
Yeah,
That's what we know about them.
Do
And
they
that's
have like a criminal record or anything like that?
one of the young men may have had a juvenile record, I was told, but I don't know what his specific record was.
The other thought I was having is, do you guys know at this point how come that mother ended up at a specific location behind the Athens Theater?
I believe she tried to locate them and may have located her son with his phone.
Chief, do you know if they were in DeLand anytime before Tuesday?
I do not know that. Again, our investigators are working on all of that information, and some of that we probably wouldn't release anyway if we did know it. I don't know it, what I'm telling you right now, but if we didn't have that information, we might not release that.
And just, I don't know if you want to offer any words. Obviously, people have heard this, they've been struck by it, and now learning these two individuals, which is 18 and 19.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's very emotional, it's sad. We're very concerned about it. We're working as rapidly as we can to try to identify who is responsible for this. And as I said, you know, it's active. We don't want to speculate about what the motive might have been because we don't know. And we don't want to speculate whether or not those two individuals met someone there. We don't know. We're still trying to gather information. So we're just going to ask the public to be patient and be diligent, be aware of your surroundings, because we may have someone out there that perpetrated some violence and we don't know who that person is.
The DeLand police chief with a word of warning there for folks to be vigilant because they don't have a motive. They don't have a suspect or person of interest or anything after two teenagers were found shot and killed in downtown DeLand, a vacant industrial lot right behind the Athens Theater. Happened late last night. You also heard him say the 911 call came from the mother of one of the victims who had tried to track down her son, likely found him based on the location of his phone. Can only imagine what discovery would have been like. The victims identified as 19-year-old Dustin Rose and 18-year-old Samson Campbell. They were found dead, shot multiple times, the chief said. Still a lot of questions about this, about the motive, and about who may have pulled the trigger. We still have much more to come here on Florida Live. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, because it's a Fox 35 Storm Team alert day. We've seen some showers, seen some storms, and things continuing to move through the region.
Yeah, a couple of flood advisories south of Orlando. If anything else, Garrett, it's rained a good part of the day around Central Florida. In fact, we've had some places where it's rained now most of the day. In fact, it's very split based on where you are. Some places are seeing rain still, others are not. And you can see where the haves and the have-nots are. It's north of that line. The worst of it's done for today. South of that line, still a steady soaking rain from the theme parks over towards Kissimmee, out towards Brevard County. You can see some heavier rains now in the Brevard County area. I want to take you back on a loop, though, over the past 8 hours, and we'll bring it all the way back to 6 o'clock in the morning. Notice this morning at 7:30, we had a pretty dry commute. Then we had these storms come in, 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 a.m., 9:30. It actually ended up being some pretty big storms. This was 10 a.m. You can see the leading edge of these storms that came in off the Gulf. 10 o'clock in the morning today. Had a couple severe storms. Garrett was on here with Brooks earlier. You see that warning that came out there in Flagler County about 10:45. We did have a couple of 50-mile-an-hour gusts confirmed with some of those storms. And then 11, leading edge pushed east. Lots of special weather statements. Here's 12, 1, and then here we are right now. So I'll let this loop really fast so you can get the idea of today. Things came in. They pushed across the state. Then they moved now to the east. So in terms of what's going on right now, we have a flood advisory in effect for Brevard County till 3:30, meaning there can be some streets and low-lying flooding, and that would be around the Melbourne area, Palm Bay, in Malabar. And the reason being, we've had some decent rain totals in this area. Rain totals, this is really just in the past 2 hours of 2.5 inches there. Let me zoom you in a little bit more. We'll go towards Indian Harbor Beach, Canova Beach. So some of the rain totals here, 3.4. 2.5. So there's been some decent rain total, a little bit less down by Melbourne Beach, about 1. So about 3-4 inches of rain there. We also have a flood advisory in effect here going just outside of our area, but this would be towards Hillsborough and Polk counties. We have a flood advisory in effect until 2:30 in those locations. Now, we talked about last night how there would be some part of Central Florida that ended up getting 5 or so inches of rain, and that place so far has been right here. Last night it looked like that bullseye might end up being up over here, so it ended up shifting to the southwest a little bit more than anticipated, candidly. But you can see some of the rain totals down here where there has been some pretty good flooding today. Some of the rain totals here are about in the 5-inch neighborhood, 4.7 there, south of Plant City. So there's been some pretty, and a lot of this rain, 5 inches of rain, has occurred in the last like 3 hours. Now, let me zoom things out and show you the satellite because it is interesting. We've got a front draped across the state. The sun is trying to poke back out up around Gainesville in Volusia County, but for the most part, it's going to be a pretty cloudy evening out there. On the colorized satellite, it is interesting to see that there's this little pop of persistent storms out over the Gulf right here. So we'll see if that shoots in some more storms for later this evening. But at this point, I would probably tend to think that we're going to trend for some drier weather as we go through the rest of the day today. We'll still probably see some redevelopment of storms. You see up here to the north, we should see some later afternoon storms pop up in this area, and they'll probably try to work south. But in terms of anything widespread for today, we've probably passed that for right now. But if you see the QR code there at the bottom left of your screen that Garrett's throwing out, make sure you scan that with your phone. Just take the camera out. We'd love to hear from you, not just for this stream, but for later. Any rain reports or wind gusts that you saw or lightning video from the storms today. So go ahead and scan that code at the bottom left of your screen. We'll leave it up there for a minute so you can see it. Scan that code and you'll send it into the news team here. We'll be able to see some of your reports from that. Now let me show you the cameras outside. You can see it's pretty gray and gloomy in a large part of the area, but starting to see a little bit of peak of sun once you get back up to the northern parts of our area. So here are the rain chances over the next couple of days. They're going to stay elevated tomorrow, Saturday. They'll drop a little bit for Sunday and Monday. So if you didn't get a ton of rain today, some places did, you'll get certainly some showers and storms here over the next couple of days. Now, the trade-off with having such early and widespread storms of convection in Florida on a summer day is the temperature Yesterday at this point, we had a heat index of like 113, 115 in some places. We're nowhere near that today. In fact, it is only 74 in Melbourne. Now, I'm not going to say that that's jacket weather, but for Florida, you might be reaching for a longer sleeve right now. It's only 76 in Claremont. So considering yesterday it felt like 106, pretty big difference what starting to rain at 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. does. We had about 4 or 5 hours of good rain today. Now, there is still humidity out there, but I think this graphic really tells the story. You can tell where it stopped raining earlier. The heat index is back up to 102 in Gainesville and Palm Coast, and it feels like just 79 in Orlando. So for all intents and purposes, it's cooler today than it was out there yesterday. But back to the radar, give you a quick update for the rest of the day. So if you're heading out for the evening, we're seeing the back edge of this steady rain moving in. It rains for probably about half the day at the theme park. So if you had a theme park day planned, it wasn't exactly the best day for that. But we're seeing some of this drier air push in from the north. Now we probably will see some redevelopment of storms and showers later today. Behind that, especially if the sun comes back out, that'll help heat up the atmosphere again. But for all intensive purposes, the flooding potential, you see a flood advisory here for Brevard County till 3:30, and a flood advisory for Polk County and also Hillsborough County. Probably going to end up with some pretty substantial rain totals by tonight. You see this band here off the Gulf. There's a persistent band of convection here down into Tampa Bay and Hillsborough County. It wouldn't be shocking if some places there got 7 to 9 inches of rain by the time all is said and done today. Now, models really struggle with this event because last night, before the 10 o'clock news, I was worried that would be up over here. We would have 7 to 9 inches of rain around Orlando. It happened and is happening. It shifted a little bit further to the southwest, but there's that kind of fire hose you see there of rain and storms coming in off the Gulf. So down to our southwest, there'll probably end up being some pretty big flooding for our friends in the Tampa area. So if you're watching tonight, that'll be something down to watch if you're traveling down that way on Fox 13 Tampa. The storm team there will be tracking that. But for the Orlando area, the rain should be letting up here, Garrett, over the next few hours. But we did have a lot of lightning.
We did.
Today.
And to that end, someone who submitted something for us earlier today, Ken in Port Orange, sending us this. Check out that lightning strike that you see of the Port Orange Causeway.
That's great. I love that.
Very clear shot there that you can see. We also had I think it was Alyssa who sent us a photo showing some of the cloud formations down at Typhoon Lagoon before the rain came in. You can see the ominous clouds there, and then it wasn't long after we got that picture from Alyssa that they were just inundated with some of that rain. So again, continue to send in your pictures, your videos of what you are seeing, the rain, the storms in your area. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast here today. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. We appreciate everyone who has been sending us submissions. We just got a new one from Craig, who sent us a photo from earlier today showing the storm cell from this morning on the leading edge of this storm. This is from the Blue Heron Beach Resort, not too far from Epcot, Lake Buena Vista, down in the tourist district of Orlando. And check that out. Absolutely incredible shot, Craig. We really appreciate you sharing that with us. You can see the clouds, the rain coming down, just to the aerial view. I mean, that is absolutely incredible, and we appreciate you sharing that with us. If you have more photos, you can send them to us on fox35orlando.com/share. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. For that, we're going to check in with Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now. And Nancy, the big story today, other than the weather and all the rain y'all have been getting over in the Bay Area, this cold case update from Sheriff Grady Judd in Polk County.
Yeah, so earlier this morning, Sheriff Grady Judd announced that the executed death row inmate James Duckett has been tied officially to the nearly 40-year-old cold case murder of 14-year-old Jennifer Weldon. She was raped, abducted, and murdered back in 1987. So, of course, Duckett, he is the former Mascot police officer who was executed on Tuesday for the 1987 rape and murder of 11-year-old Teresa Maccabee. That happened in Lake County. So Jennifer Weldon, she disappeared in September of 1987 while walking home from a friend's house. So earlier in the day, Jennifer had gone to Tampa with her friend, her boyfriend, as well as her boyfriend's mother. And that's where investigators say she purchased a stuffed kitten. We'll get back to that stuffed animal in a moment. But her boyfriend's mother dropped her off at her friend's home later that evening, and she started to walk back to her home around 9 o'clock that night, but she never made it home. And that began a nearly 2-week search for Jennifer. And a man who worked on a phosphate mine discovered a pair of women's shoes or girls' shoes partially located on a dirt road on that mine property about 2 weeks later. So Grady Judd said that this man, after noticing these shoes that clearly didn't belong there, he got out of his car and he was hit with the stench of a decomposing body. Authorities were called, and Jennifer's body was found just beyond a grassy berm really close to where her shoes were found. The medical examiner said she had been strangled and she was murdered. Sheriff Judd said circumstantial evidence in this case always pointed to James Duckett from the very beginning. However, the sheriff pointed out that in the past he could not talk about all this circumstantial evidence because there was an active case going on. But as I mentioned, Duckett was executed on Tuesday. So Judd said on the night that Weldon vanished, Duckett had left her his job at the phosphate mine 5 hours earlier, and he showed up 2 hours late to his shift. Judd said that his coworkers reported that Duckett seemed hot, sweaty, as well as disheveled. And he also noted that Duckett's coworkers, no matter where he worked, always said that he was very prompt. He was very rarely ever late arriving to work. So the next morning around 9 o'clock, Sheriff Judd said that Duckett arrived home, and he actually gave his wife a stuffed kitten inside of a green bag. Now, we're told that his wife said that she threw out that stuffed kitten because they have 2 children, and she questioned her husband why he would only bring home 1 toy when they have 2 children. So even though decades of DNA testing yielded no usable genetic evidence, detectives say that Duckett remained their only suspect for the past 38 years. Now, one thing the sheriff did mention is that it is unclear if there are any other victims out there.
So listen, I know about the one murder he was convicted of, but I will say again that that's the type of murder that would indicate to me that somebody has the potential to be a serial killer. So the fact that he was removed from society and convicted on this case, in all likelihood did save lives. I mean, I don't have any specific evidence to suggest that it would have continued, but I've studied that type of personality, and I think that's very consistent with someone who's not going to stop unless they are stopped, and that's the case here.
Now, we are told that detectives did go up to the state prison where Duckett was being housed. They went up there last Friday, and they said they were hoping to get some type of a deathbed confession from Duckett admitting to Jennifer's rape and murder. However, they said that did not happen, and Duckett actually refused to meet with them last Friday. And Sheriff Judd did say that a detective who was one of the first detectives working on this case attended Duckett's execution on Tuesday. That detective said that he told Duckett long ago that his face would be the last face that Duckett sees before he is executed. And on Tuesday, he did make good on that promise. Now, his execution is something that Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd said that he wished had happened sooner.
The problem is we didn't put him to death soon enough. You know, it's never too soon to kill a psychopathic child predator murdering suspect. It's never too soon.
Now, during this morning's press conference, the sheriff was joined by Jennifer's best friend, Mindy, as well as her two sisters, including one sister who was born about 2 years after Jennifer died, so this sister never got to meet her. But one of her sisters said that she is 100% sure that they executed the right man, and she says she thinks about Jennifer every single day. And one more thing to note is that even though their mother has already passed away and she did not see justice for her daughter Jennifer, Jennifer's sister said that Duckett's execution actually happened on her late mother's birthday.
Jennifer and I were best friends growing up. Sheriff had showed you her shoes and her shirt that she had on when she was killed. We used to share, we shared everything. That was my shirt and my shoes that she had on the night she was killed.
Not a holiday, birthday, occasion goes by when I don't wonder what could have been or what it could have been like to know her. She never got to see me graduate. She never got to see her own graduation. She never got to see the birth of my niece and nephew, my sister's children. One day I'll get married and she won't be there. And so I've never stopped wondering what it could have been like to have my sister in my life, what we might have in common, what we might fight about as sisters, all the things that I could never know because I never had a chance because we were robbed.
Now, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd says that the Polk County Sheriff's Office is going to still meet with the State Attorney Sheriff's Office to officially close this case because, again, the one and only suspect in this case was executed last Tuesday, and they say that suspect is former Mascot Police Officer James Duckett.
It's heartbreaking, Nancy, to hear those family members and friends talk about the impact that this has had on them. You know, it's been decades, and as you heard from State Attorney Bill Gladson from the 5th Judicial Circuit, you know, I had the chance to speak with him earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus, and saying they believe that Duckett being behind bars all those years, you know, really prevented more crimes that could have taken place. Just heartbreaking to hear.
Yeah, it's absolutely heartbreaking to hear, and that is something that was echoed by Sheriff Judd earlier today, because he noted how similarly Jennifer's was strangled, just like the little girl Teresa Maccabee was strangled in Lake County. Teresa, they said, was raped, and they do believe that Jennifer was raped as well. He said that both of their bodies had been dumped, so he pointed to there was a lot of similarities with both of these girls and the manner in which they both died, so he does obviously link both of them, but he said there could be so many other victims out there, and having him in jail probably likely prevented a lot of other families from going through this similar situation.
Well, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us here in Florida Live. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Fox.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. All right, by now you have probably seen the body camera video showing the arrest of former NFL quarterback Tony Romo and him doing the field sobriety tests. Well, earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus, I had criminal defense attorney Jose Rivas join me to do his own play-by-play of the arrest and what we see in that body camera video, and also the questions it raises and some of what played out that could give Romo a chance to beat the legal blitz against him. Here is my conversation with Jose Rivas earlier today.
Well, we have to remember that Wisconsin is a little different law from Florida. In Wisconsin, their first DUI is typically a civil, meaning that you can't go to jail for it. Another different rule is that they'll do a field sobriety exercise. They'll do a breath test, like what we call here in Florida, presumptive test on off-site, and then they'll go ahead and do what we call a evidentiary breath test. So they do two different breath tests. He refused the latter one, but you figure the celebrities have access to excellent attorneys, and he does the exercise. We can talk a little bit about that in a few minutes, but in Florida, my advice is if you're going to do anything, don't do anything at all if you've been drinking.
Yeah, you mentioned the attorney, and that's one of the things we're going to see in this next clip, where Tony Romo asks if he can call his lawyer. So I want to play for you the first clip. It's about a little over a minute. It is the initial traffic stop, the interaction between the police officers there and Tony Romo, still seated behind the wheel on the driver's side of his car. So let's watch this clip, and then we'll get your reaction to that.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
Okay. All right. I'll take a driver's license from you.
You got it.
All right. How many drinks have you had? 0. You're coming from a golf course?
I played the golf tournament in Wisconsin State Amateur.
Okay.
So it's like a USGA event.
Okay. All right. I'm going to run you through some fields.
What's that mean?
Field sobriety tests. Are you willing to take any field sobriety tests?
Call my lawyer and then
I'm sorry?
you want me to field sobriety
Yes,
test?
you're denying to step out of the vehicle pending fields?
I'm just going to call my lawyer.
Okay, step out of the vehicle.
I'm going to call my lawyer.
No, step out of the vehicle.
I'm not allowed to.
Step out of the vehicle.
You're going to take me
Field sobriety test.
I'm still allowed to call my lawyer, right?
You're not.
I'm not allowed
Nope,
to.
step out of the vehicle. Step in front of the vehicle, yes.
What's that?
You in all the way?
I'm in, yes. Uncomfortably, but yes.
All right, Jose. So that's kind of the initial interaction there on the side of the highway. You could hear Tony Romo asking to call his lawyer several times. I'm curious, as a defense attorney, what you make of what you saw in kind of those initial interactions between the police officer and Tony Romo.
Rule number 1, you have no obligation whatsoever to tell law enforcement where you're going, where you're heading, whether you've been drinking. The only thing you have to tell them is, here's my driver's license, here's my insurance, here's my registration. Don't answer any questions. Where you coming from? Where you going? Have you had anything to drink? Just simply say, I want to talk to an attorney. That's all you have to say. There's no obligation to answer anything else. I would figure he would know better than that than start giving any responses. I was at the golf course, or, I was doing this event. The other thing, too, that's very interesting in this case is where they actually arrest him. So in order to arrest, right, you have to be suspected of a crime, or actually there's some kind of probable cause for a crime. They arrest him, and then they take him off-site to another place to do the field sobriety exercises. We'll have to see whether that arrest is valid. I do believe there probably is going to be a good basis for a motion to suppress. The law enforcement needs to have enough evidence, for example, observations, slurred speech, alcohol breath, admission to drinking, before they can put you in handcuffs and do the test.
And we do have the clip of the field sobriety tests that were done elsewhere. Our understanding is that police had told him he was being detained pending that OWI investigation. They took him to that other spot where they could do those field sobriety tests safely. I want to get your thoughts on kind of really this part of the video right now, where he was asking to call his lawyer, and he was told no, he's not allowed to do that. Is that something that is that accurate? Is that something that he would not be allowed to do at that point?
That is correct. You do not have the right to call your attorney when you're on the side of the road of being arrested. You have a right of an attorney while you're being where they're going to be questioned. And that's when he should have asked for an attorney when they're asking him questions. He said, I want to talk to my attorney before I answer any questions. But you can't pick up the phone for safety. Also, getting out of the vehicle. He initially refuses to get out of the vehicle. You have to comply. You have to get out of the vehicle. Supreme Court has said that because of law enforcement for their safety.
Now, I do want to go ahead and go to the next clip. Again, this is going to show the field sobriety clip, the field sobriety test, about a minute and a half or so. So we'll watch that portion of this, and then I want to get your reaction to a couple of things from that.
Do you want shoes on or not?
What do you prefer?
Whatever you want.
Okay.
Like, I'm fine. Am I supposed to move my head, or am I supposed to keep it square?
Got to keep your head still, please.
Well, that's what I was asking. Okay.
Okay. So eyes and eyes
just
only.
The eyes and
yep.
move only. Feel like I might incorporate this in the PT. She's got to activate the backside. Looks pretty good. I know that was at least 8 or 9 seconds. By the way, I do this consistently every day, but the right
Going to be stopping the test.
than the left.
You
Not to.
willing to submit to a PBT
What is that?
machine that you blow in?
It's a preliminary.
It does not determine the results of
Oh
my
no,
test.
we're not doing that.
Okay.
I've already heard from all the lawyers. Don't ever do that. Did I pass this test?
You turn around.
No, I didn't. Can I use my phone real quick? Because there's a plane taking off.
You're
My
under
parents are
arrest
there.
for operating
We'll
while
get to
under the
that.
influence, okay? Will you submit to an evidentiary chemical test of your breath?
No. Like I said, I want my lawyer
Okay.
for the 8th time.
All right, so there you can see him being arrested after those field sobriety tests. You heard him refusing the breath test, saying, I've heard from all the lawyers never to do that. Jose, as a criminal defense attorney, your thoughts on what you see in that part of the body camera video?
Well, rule number one, just keep your mouth shut. There's no reason for you to be talking to law enforcement, making those kind of comments. Those are comments that the jury can hear at some point. But here's the point. So when you're going to be charged with refusal, it doesn't matter whether you're charged with the field sobriety exercises or you're charged with a breath test. So if you're going to refuse either one, refuse both. The punishment is the same. There's your driver's line suspension is the same. So why do the exercises and then refuse the breath test? If you're going to refuse either one of them, refuse both of them. Also, what's very interesting in this case is he can't do the field sobriety exercises even if he hadn't had a drink. We know that he has back problems. He's stretching on the side of the road. Law enforcement has allowed him to stretch, which I've never seen in my career, for safety and other reasons. He obviously has a back problem. He obviously cannot keep balance. Also, the AGN test, that can be challenged in court. If she's not what we call a DRE, drug recognition expert, the jury will never hear the results of the AGN-10, what we typically call the pen test, which, by the way, in my opinion, it was admitted incorrectly, too fast, not the right level, not at the right pace. So those are all a lot of things that can be challenged. I don't see this DUI going anywhere. I don't believe he had slurred speech. Perhaps fatigue can justify a lot of his actions. But rule number one, keep your mouth shut. Number two is if you've been drinking, right? And you're going to refuse to everything. Just say, you know what? Arrest me right now, officer. And that way, all they have to tell the jury is whatever observations they have up to that point to the arrest.
Yeah, I've heard in that video we hear Tony Romo say, did I pass the test? I've heard that some analysis essentially of field sobriety tests is it being less about passing and failing, but more about collecting additional evidence that could be used in those further proceedings. Do you agree with that assessment, or what do you make of that?
Well, the field sobriety exercises, they're indications where you're looking out for factors of indication of impairment. It's not illegal to drink and drive necessarily. You just can't drink to the point where you are impaired. So now, if you can't do the exercise if you have a bad back, if you have surgeries, you have knee surgeries, you can't do the balance test. There's a lot of factors medically that can affect the result in the field sobriety exercises. On the other hand, the breath test, that's a chemical test, that's a scientific test, that's admissible in court, and in this case, you refuse refuse. But the problem is that he will suffer the consequences of refusing the breath test. He should have just refused everything and say, I have a back problem, which he does. You have a knee problem. I can't do any exercises. Just do your decision based on what you have so far.
Even with some of those things that you might classify as kind of missteps on his part, as you've outlined for us in this interview, you think there are openings for his attorneys, who he has now, I'm sure, been in contact.
Consultation today.
For the people.
Welcome back to Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday. Day 2 now of training camp for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and there are a lot of questions about the status of Baker Mayfield's contract. He had wanted a long-term extension in Tampa to become part of the $50 million quarterback group. There's 12 members of that with that kind of average annual value of $50 million. There are reports that the Buccaneers had offered him a 2-year deal that was a little lower than he had asked for. We heard from Baker Mayfield speaking with reporters earlier today. He was asked about the contract situation and a few other things as well.
So, Greg, you guys, you set the deadline and you're done talking apparently. Just how disappointed are you that you couldn't bring that to fruition based on what you've done the last 3 years? And
what are your feelings about it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've told you guys I've been pretty upfront and honest about my feelings about Tampa. It being home for now our family. We're raising kids here. We love it here. I wanted the deal done and set the deadline and told them it was going to be all ball after that, and I did mean that. And I don't know if they thought I was just going to take some of the offers that they gave, but I'm at the point of my career and understanding what I've brought to this franchise. One, I'm very, very thankful for the chance they gave me. Do not get me wrong on that. But I've also I really know what I've brought to this franchise, leadership-wise, and even play-wise. It's been some of the best years of my career, and I think it's only going to trend upwards, just being comfortable and feeling that. So disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after, thinking you've earned it. This is not a poor me thing. There's a lot of other people that have it way worse off, but I can sit here and look at other quarterbacks and peers and evaluate myself based on that and put myself in certain categories that I deserve to be compensated for that. And I think I'm a franchise quarterback. I've been told I'm a franchise quarterback. It's been said publicly from ownership down here. And so to not have a deal done is very disappointing. But I said the deadline was a deadline, and I addressed the team to let them know I meant that. It's all ball. I'm with these guys. I think all the guys that have been here know exactly who I am. The guys that are new here, I wanted to address that because they might have had a notion prior to coming here about who I am as a person, but it's all team. It's all about winning here now and what we're going to do. And, hopefully Vita gets his back fixed and gets his deal done. I mean, he's the second longest tenured Buck behind CG, and Vita deserves that. He's the anchor of our defense, and so I hope they take care of him. It's disappointing to say the least, but it's all ball here, and I know I'm going to have a good year. I know this team, the things that we went through last year, put us in a good spot for this year. Depth-wise, a lot of guys being thrown to the fire to be able to grow and learn fast. And it didn't go the way we wanted, but it's a new season, and it's going to help us in the long run this year. Added some new pieces, and so I'm excited about it. It's all ball from here. After today, I'll answer a few more questions about the contract, but after today, I'm not answering anymore because I'm not negotiating anymore.
You're never out of shoulder chips, but in some way, Baker Mayfield's always bet on himself. Yeah. He'll do it again. If you get to the end of the year, you have a great year without effect, they can always franchise tag you. There's other options that they have. Yeah. What does it do for your relationship going forward?
It's disappointing. I'm not the first one to go through it like this. This is kind of historically how they've done negotiations, which is disappointing when you think you're a cornerstone of the franchise to be treated like that. But disappointing. I know I'm no dummy. I know the contract and salary cap, what's going on. Franchise tag isn't exactly in play for them. There'd be a lot of dead money. So it is what it is. And like I said, unfortunate, but I'm excited. I'm in the best shape I've ever been in a really good place. And I'm feeling really confident with the staff that Todd's put together.
You've seen how the team operates. You've seen Antoine Winfield Jr. go out and ball out, become the highest paid defensive back in the league. You've seen Mike Evans have to go through a contract year twice. You've seen Chris have to do it and receive very fair market values. Do you have some hope or maybe faith that after the season that their number will go up? And that you'll be a Buccaneer?
I mean, obviously, yes. But I've been on the other side of the nasty business that is the NFL. And so, I have hope, but expecting and hoping is two different things. And so, I hope so. But all I can control is how I play this year and how the team does this year. And for me, that's wins. Good things happen when the team wins, and the rest should take care of itself. But I've sat here and watched these guys go through it, even Tristan. And so talk about the best tackle in the league. Only person in NFL history that's been an all-pro at right and left. Had to have a hold in training camp to get it done. So disappointing. You hope they take care of their guys. And but like I said, it's going to be a good year.
Is the deadline, is it your deadline because you think it will be a distraction to engage in something after training camp?
Yeah, I mean, it's like I told you guys, it's all ball, and I don't want to talk about it. And if you've waited this long to take care of your franchise quarterback, that's too bad because it's only going to get worse from here. I'm going to have a really good year.
How do you compartmentalize things for yourself when you have to come out here and focus strictly on football?
That's the business side of it.
That's the business side of it, Baker Mayfield said, but he said, I know I'm going to have a good year, and expressing confidence in that, saying he has bet on himself a number of times in his career and will do no different. You heard him say they're no longer negotiating right now. He said it's all ball from here, ready to turn the page and start the season. Training camp just getting underway for football teams across the league. That includes the Buccaneers. The Dolphins started earlier this week. Jags getting underway as well. It is that time of year. We are ready to turn the page to August, and it is just about time for football. Hard to believe. Summer goes fast. The NFL offseason goes fast, and there's a lot more to look forward to. Speaking of a lot more to look forward to, we are running out of time here on Florida Live, but our live streaming news coverage continues next. We are going to take a break here. If you're watching us on Fox Local, YouTube, or Facebook, we'll step aside for just a minute. We'll come back with much more, including taking a look at a preview of 3 upcoming NASA spacewalks. So we will have that and more coming up on the other side of this break. Right now, I'm going to give you a live look at downtown Orlando. Have a great afternoon.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. It is 3 o'clock on this Thursday. This day has just flown by. It has been a busy day here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. So we really appreciate you joining us. I want to get you to a news conference that NASA held, wrapped up just a few minutes ago, previewing 3 upcoming spacewalks for the International Space Station. So they kind of walk you through what's going to be going on. You're going to see some cool kind of renderings that really demonstrate for us what you're going to see when these spacewalks happen, what they're going to be doing. This is a part of some work that's being done to fix some things outside the ISS, upgrading solar arrays, replacing some communications antenna, and then connecting power and data cables as well. So here's this news conference that wrapped up just a few minutes ago at Johnson Space Center in Houston.
USEVA 98 will begin at the Quest airlock. European astronaut Sophia Adnote, EV1, noted by the red stripes, will egress first and perform some bag swaps, temporarily stowing them on the outside of station. She will then receive her bag for her first task, stow on her BRT. Temporarily hold Jessica, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, as she egresses, help her install on our BRT, and close up the airlock. EV1 Sophie will then head on out to the Node 2 forward reflector worksite, pausing temporarily to drop her bare lead hook, and then heading out to the international docking adapter. She'll pause momentarily to pull a lever aft and take some photos, stow her bag, and prep for reflector release. There are 3 Fairchild fasteners released by hand, carefully to not strip them. She'll stow that reflector in a wipe to protect the reflector back inside, and then install the new reflector. Again, 3 Fairchild fasteners, and then remove a tape cover, stow that all back in the bag, and then she'll head back inboard, pausing momentarily to re-engage the safing, apply power to the international docking adapter, and back to the airlock. She'll stow a tool needed in a different task in a different bag. Meanwhile, Jessica's going to head outboard to S1, stow her large ORU bag with the high-def camera, and prep for arm setup. the Lee will meet her at S1. She'll install the foot restraint, retrieve her large ORU bag, and ingress the SSRMS for maneuver over to the S1 lower outboard external high-def camera. We'll temporarily install a round scoop and a lens cover to protect our camera during the remove. Jessica will then release 3 cables, a WAP cable, and then a power and data cables. She'll temp those to the side, and then she will release the camera off the ratcheting bracket by flipping a cam lever. A temp stow on the outside of her bag while she retrieves the spare and installs the spare. And then power and data are applied, followed by the WAP cable. Retrieving the hardware from the new, looking at the cable routing, and then back to S1, where she'll egress and head back to the airlock to stow the large ORU bag, protecting the thermocock of the camera. She'll retrieve a crew lock bag needed for her AMS activities, head back to her location at S1, and re-egress the SSRMS. From there, Sophie's gonna stop at the airlock, drop off her bag and her PGT while retrieving a microorganisms caddy. She's gonna do a couple of different experiments looking for extremophiles on the outside of station, including handrails, her gloved hand, the thermal cover, over here on the lab at a CO2 vent. In the final swab back in the airlock, she'll test the service and cooling umbilical, and then drop off everything, retrieve her pistol grip tool and her new crew lock bag. From there, Sophie's going to head all the way outboard past the Sarge, momentarily dropping her green Fairlead hook, and then out to S4, where she's going to work on the integrated equipment assembly, releasing and reapplying a lower torque. This will allow for robotics, remove and replace later if ever needed. Then she'll stow her tools, retrieve her bag, and continue outboard. Meanwhile, Jessica's going to take an amazing flyover the S1 truss over to the AMS worksite, where she's going to drive 46 bolts to pull the wake radiator in tight to AMS, while Sophie works on her DDCU jumper out at S4. To do this, she's going to remove a couple of caps from a dummy panel, reposition connectors, and apply a very large jumper. This will give us some redundancy in the impact of an electrical issue on orbit. She'll then reposition to the lower side, because it is a long jumper, move the cable to the dummy panel, and do the other side of the jumper. From there, she'll clean up her work site and reposition for her next activity. Meanwhile, Jessica's at AMS, and she's going to break and remove 4 corner bolts. This allows for up to 4 AGS or AMS guide studs to be installed temporarily by hand, and then followed with a torquing with the pistol grip tool. If needed, she'll reposition and do the next 2, again breaking torque and releasing them fully, and then fully installing 2 additional AGS, at first by hand and then by pistol grip tool. She'll then take another amazing ride back and around over the truss to meet her egress position at S1. She will egress, temp stow her large ORU bag to allow her to clean up the foot restraint from the SSRMS, stow it on the port CETA cart, and then she'll retrieve her crew lock bag and head outboard to join Sophie. Meanwhile, Sophie has finished her electrical jumper task, and she's headed to her second electrical task. This is a simpler DDCU activity where she'll install a short jumper. Meanwhile, Jessica will head outboard for a fluid jumper. She's going to pause at S5, S6, pull back a jumper which is filled with nitrogen, and install for a future radiator fill of ammonia. After completing her electrical task, Sophie will pause one more time to do one more jumper. Again, this is a fluid jumper filled with nitrogen. She's going to cross it over 6 to S5, and allow for the future radiator fill. Both crew will meet back at the airlock for a successful conclusion of EVA 98.
And again, with these EVAs, more information, including its participants, will be shared as we get closer to the events themselves. So be sure to tune in to nasa.gov for more information on these upcoming EVAs that are coming up here in the month of August. But again, talking right now about U.S. Spacewalk 98, and I want to give it back to Flight Director Coley Mering for any additional thoughts.
Yep, just to follow up on the couple tasks that I did not mention prior to the video. One of them is the EHDC. That is one of our high-def cameras. We're replacing it because right now it can only take still videos or still images, and it cannot stream video. So by doing this, we'll be able to get that video streaming capability back, which does help for some of the robotics operations. Not required, but it's a little extra view. And the microorganisms, this is the second time we were performing this payload. There were some interesting results I know from the first one, so we wanted to go ahead and do it again to see if we got similar results or something different. So that's why we'll be doing MicroOrg 2. And Joseph, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Bill, Chris, Chloe for providing additional details on these upcoming spacewalks that, again, will be happening outside of the International Space Station throughout the month of August. And for more information on those, again, be sure to visit at nasa.gov, and we'll have the broadcast live on NASA Plus. We're now going to transition to our question and answer session. For the media that are participating on our phone bridge, if you wish to submit a question, you can do so by hitting *1. If your question has been answered, you can redact it by using *2. We have media here in the room, here at Johnson Space Center, and we'll start in the room.
Thank you. I'm Mark Carreau with Aviation Week and Space Technology. I have some IROSA questions. I think you said for the 3B power channel, the 7th will be launching on SpaceX cargo this fall. You didn't say any clearer that, I don't think. So what I'm asking is, will the other last IROSA go with it, or will that launch later? And what power channel will the 8th one go to? And when do you think you'll complete all of the IROSA work?
Sure. So they fly in pairs. So we'll get 2 solar arrays flying together on one pallet in the Dragon trunk. And then we'll replace the 2A. The 2A array was the other one that we have to go put this in, and then the 3 Bravo. And so we will do both of those during spacewalks during that mission.
And just to be clear, I think the 2 channels you said are 3B and 2A, but you'll do 2A first, and then 2A has been prepared, I guess.
2A has already been prepared. We did that on the last mod kit EVA that we did. And so 3B is the last one that we have to get prepped. And so the other 6 channels on ISS have already have their solar arrays on, the IROSAs on them.
And I'm sorry to ask, just to be clear, so will you, I mean, this has gone on for several years and it's complicated and all, but it's working. And so I'm just wondering if you have kind of a estimate of when you think the final one will be rolled out and you'll be finished with this.
Oh, yeah. So when they get delivered this fall, I'll tell you, it's on space. I mean, you guys can do the math. It's SpaceX 35. We will conduct the EVA. Our plan is to conduct the EVAs during that mission to install those 2 solar arrays, and then we will be complete, and we'll get them rolled out during that. There are opportunities if we run into any sort of issues or things that could be delayed to after the SpaceX 35 mission if we had to, but our plan today is to do it during that mission. So we'll do the EVAs there to install those solar arrays, and then they roll out at the end of each EVA.
That would be kind of during the fall, before winter?
Yeah, correct, during the fall.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for your question. We'll now transition over to our phone bridge. And again, for media that wish to participate and that are in the queue, you can use.
This was just moments ago, this news conference at Johnson Space Center in Houston, as we also show you live views from the International Space Station in low Earth orbit. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. I want to get you to a news conference from earlier today in Lake Nona at the UCF Medical Complex, where they announced and unveiled a new aerospace medical clinic that is going to help pilots meet the medical requirements for aircraft operations. This is located again at Lake Nona, UCF's Lake Nona medical campus there. And so we heard from some officials, including the UCF president and others, talking about why this is so big. This is an FAA approved clinic. And so this is something that's really part of UCF's broader vision to build an aerospace medicine program that they say will help support aviation, commercial space flight, and human space exploration as well. So really on the cutting edge of that. Here's what they said about what that clinic will allow them to do.
Good morning. Welcome. I'm Deb German. I'm the Vice President for Health Affairs and the Dean of the UCF College of Medicine. And I am very excited to have you all here today, sitting in our rotunda under the stars, and that will become relevant as you hear about our announcement. Our medical school is just minutes away from the world's most visited airport, and we are honored today to announce the opening of the UCF Aerospace Medicine Clinic. And this clinic will help pilots and astronauts from across the nation meet the medical requirements to fly safely. At this College of Medicine, we're committed to improving healthcare for all, and we do that through research, patient care, and educating the next generation of healthcare leaders. This new aerospace medicine clinic, located at the UCF Health Faculty Physician Practice in Lake Nona, is a vital piece of those efforts. Today, you will be hearing from university leaders, including the leader of our aerospace medicine program and the UCF faculty physician who will run the clinic and care for the pilots and the astronauts. And it takes a special certification to practice that kind of medicine, and it is not found except in a very few places. So we are really distinguishing ourselves here. And we're also delighted to have a leader of the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority joining us today to discuss how this new clinic will meet a need in our community. When we built Lake Nona, we were building a medical city. And as we grew, and as our partnership with Orlando International Airport grew, we began recognizing that we were more than a medical city. We're an aerotropolis. And this clinic is another one of the things that brings us together and cements our identity as one of the world's few aerotropoli. Is that how you, the Latin? Is that the plural of aerotropolis? Anyway, aerotropolis. Thank you. I'm really happy now to introduce UCF President Alexander N. Cartwright. Dr. Cartwright's leadership at UCF has revived our aerospace and technology mission. Alex, we're delighted to have you here in our aerotropolis, our medical city under the stars. Please join me in welcoming President Cartwright.
Good morning, everyone, and Dean German, thank you so much for the kind introduction, and also thank you so much for your leadership. Your vision and commitment have shaped the UCF College of Medicine for nearly 20 years, and all that you see around us is a result of Dean German. So let's give her applause for what she said. We really are grateful for all you've done and excited about the bright future ahead. And I want everybody to understand that that bright future is again due to all of the hard work of Dean German. So thank you so much. It really is wonderful to welcome all of you here today as we celebrate the opening of UCF's Aerospace Medicine Clinic. This clinic says something important about who we are. And you heard this already from Dean German. UCF was created to support the nation's space program. We grew alongside an emerging industry by educating talent, advancing discovery, and solving challenges that matter. That spirit still defines us today. As the aviation and aerospace industries evolve, so much the ways that UCF serves them. Because every new frontier ultimately depends on people. Aviation connects our communities, strengthens our economies, and creates opportunities across the globe. And behind every flight is a pilot whose health, readiness, and performance are essential. Pilot health is a public safety responsibility and a critical part of keeping aviation moving. This new clinic will give pilots access to FAA medical certification, along with something many standalone clinics cannot provide, a direct connection to the broader expertise, testing, and specialized care available through our aerospace medicine experts and, of course, UCF Health. For pilots, that can mean fewer delays and a clearer path to getting in the air. For flight schools, airports, and aviation employers, it means a stronger, safer, and more reliable workforce. It provides an important resource for the aviation community. UCF identified a need, and we brought together those with the expertise to help meet that need. The UCF Aerospace Medicine Clinic demonstrates what UCF does best. We listen, we collaborate, and when we identify a real challenge, we bring together the expertise that it takes to solve it. This is how Florida's technological university serves our state, by working alongside industry, by connecting innovation with human impact, and by daring to build what comes next. This clinic supports aviation today, and it also becomes part of the larger aerospace medicine enterprise that UCF is building for tomorrow. The next era of flight will bring new demands on health and human performance. And here at UCF, we are meeting those challenges by connecting medicine, engineering, research, and industry in ways few universities can. This clinic is the starting point, supporting pilots today while advancing the human performance and aerospace medicine capabilities Florida will need for what comes next. Because the future of flight is about more than how high we can go. It is about how well we prepare and protect the people who will take us there. And UCF is built to lead that work. And now, to share more about the exciting future of UCF's Aerospace Medicine program, please join me in welcoming the Vice Chair for Aerospace Medicine here at the UCF College of Medicine, Dr. Emmanuel Urquieta. I didn't see where you went. Sorry.
Thank you, President Cartwright. As you mentioned, this is the latest addition to our aerospace medicine program, which is very unique. We have areas research, education, and clinical services, a three-part coordination of the College of Medicine. And we've been working really hard to have this as our first tangible and opportunity for the community. We're also developing programs that will train the new generations of flight surgeons. We're in the process of creating a new aerospace medicine residency program, which will be the first one in the state of Florida. This clinic, also very multidisciplinary, embedded into an academic health sciences program, is also the first one in Central Florida and one of the very few in the country. So pilots are very well aware that these clinics offer better services because they can be cleared, faster. Usually within hours, they can be cleared and getting back to fly. In fact, if you saw our logo, it's Volantes Custodimus Te, which means we keep you flying. That's the motto that we developed for our program. So as one of the first pieces growing in the program, one of the latest additions to our program is Dr. Ed Powers. And I'm just going to read a little bit of his bio. Dr. Powers is one of the most experienced flight surgeons, I would say, in the world. Dr. Powers also serves here as the Chief Medical Officer for our new Center for Aerospace and Extreme Environments Medicine, which translates really the research that we do for aviation, space, but also for terrestrial extreme environments such as submarines and isolated communities on Earth. And that's important for us to have that translational piece so that what we build for space flight also applies to regular patients here on Earth, particularly those in isolated communities. Before joining UCF, Dr. Powers was chief of NASA's Medical Operations Branch at Johnson Space Center, director of flight medicine for Axiom Space. In fact, Dr. Powers selected the first private astronaut missions that went to the space station. And he also served as the Aerospace Medicine Residency Program Director at the University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston. And just before coming to UCF, he was one of the supervisory medical officers at the FAA. So he received the most complex cases. So we are in great shape to take care of those really difficult cases. Also, Dr. Powers supported 6 space shuttle missions, including STS-135, which was the last flight of the space shuttle. So he has that legacy with him. So with that said, I would like to ask Dr. Powers to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arqueta, for such a great introduction. It looks like I can't hold a steady job when we hear about these things, but it has been a pleasure. It's an incredible, great career. I've met many wonderful people, and it's been a great pleasure to serve. And to be here at University of Central Florida, where we're starting something new and exciting. I can't tell you how excited I am to begin this new clinic. It's in one of the nation's busiest aerospace regions, and as we know, flight safety really depends on healthy pilots. Whether you're carrying passengers in for the next destination as a airline pilot or skywriting, the safety of the public is really important. So the FAA has to assess the risk of a pilot experiencing a sudden incapacitation in flight.
Interesting stuff, and certainly seems like it could be a game changer when it comes to some of the future goals for the program and what it'll do for the aviation workforce. Well, thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today. We are out of time. Going to send things over to the Fox 35 Storm team for Fox 35.